Dr. Chen, इधर इधर हेलो हेलो वेलकम डॉक्टर टेल
Good morning to everyone.
Welcome, Dr. Chai and John. Hello. So output device. Hello. Hello. Welcome, Dr. Chai Tang. Welcome to Research Foundation of India. Welcome, Dr. Ruth Prasad Gilde from Nepal sector. Welcome.
Recognized by Military College. I feel privileged by the guidance of our respected college academic director, Madam, Principal Sir, and Management Committee. Also privileged by the Association of Research Foundation India and Sri Revankisa Parliamentary College for organizing 2 days international conference on recent trends on commerce, arts, science, education, management, and humanities in present scenario.
Honorable dignitaries, learned delegates, respected teachers, and students. A very good morning, all of you. I, Dr. Parson, Head Management Department, feel privileged to welcome you all on behalf of our as a committee. Please give a round of good applause.
So, may I request Mr. Sanachandji Patel, sir, the chairman of SRG Trust, to kindly occupy the chair on the dais. Please, sir. Now I request Dr. Shorat Jain, Chairman and CEO, Research Foundation of India, please sir, press to the stage. Now I request our special guest, Dr. R.S. Devarasan, Principal of Lead College, Government PG College, Khargone. Please sir, press to the stage. Now I would like to invite honorable guest, international speaker, Professor Nadina Ringo, Financial Economics Institute, North Assistant Center in Plasticity, Russia. Please now press to the stage. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Prateek Chand, National Guest and Speaker, Head of Training and Reference at State University, kindly occupy the chair on the dais. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Professor Sanjay Garg, sir, Director of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel College, Madhya, sir. Please, sir, press to the stage. Now, I would like to invite guest from honor, Dr. Prateek Agrawal, sir, Director of SSIBM College, Indore. Sir, please press to the stage.
Dr. Deepak Agrawal.
May I request Dr. Ankita Chadha, motivational speaker and Madhya Pradesh State Secretary, Research Foundation of India. Please now press to the stage. Thank you. I would like to invite Mrs. Enakshi Bhasaran, Academic Director of SRGBA College. Please now kindly occupy the honorable chair on the stage. And now I request Dr. Adulam T.K. sir, Principal of SRGBA College. Please sir, come to the stage. Now I would like to invite guest of honor, Dr. Ajay Dev sir, RFI coordinator, special coordinator. Please sir, get to the stage. And also invite honorable international guests and speaker who is joining us with online mode. Yeah, Professor Pranav, Global Executive and STEM Instructor, Lead Ministry of Education from Lead. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Chai Ching Tan, the School of Management, Bandai Law University, Chiang Rai from Thailand. Also, we invite Lady Mayansh, International Ambassador of Namaste India magazine and voice-overs of RKTA's motivational channel from Vietnam. Additionally, guest speaker also joined us online mode. Our guest is Dr. Mosmi Datta, Principal of Nadeem Das and Karnal College, Mumbai. Dr. Pratik Rajan Mungekar, Scientist, Professor and Global Educator and Counselor. Please, sir, welcome to this conference. And last, Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, Chief Managing Director, Research Foundation of India. So welcome to all honorable guests. I would like to invite the management committee's members, Mr. Lekramji Patel, sir. Please, sir, rest of the speech. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Manish Dubey. Manish Dubey, Central President, India, Research Foundation of India. Please, rest to the speech. Dr. Manish Dubey. Thank you. Thank you, Felix. And behalf of the entire college, welcome our honorable chief guests and express my gratitude for accepting the invitation and taking time out of our active schedule for our college. Thank you.
Once again, a warm welcome to all of you. For starting anything, it is our Indian tradition that whatever we start, we should take the blessings of our Master Saraswati. Now, light is the symbol of brightness and prosperity. As sunlight expels the darkness of mind, similarly, blessings brings in our life prosperity and happiness. Now we would like to request all the dignitaries to come forward for lighting the lamp before Masters. Please all the volunteers help out.
Thank you so much, Simon ma'am. Next on our tradition in our culture. Yes, I'm talking about welcome ceremony. So, in welcome ceremony, I would like to invite Chairman Mr. Sarojit Patel present a bouquet to Dr. Saurabh Jensen.
Please be ready with the bouquets.
Thank you. May I request to Principal Dr. Kalina Pate sir, present the bouquet to Honorable Guest Dr. Haris Deva sir. I would like to invite Director Mrs. Meenakshi Sarma, present class to honorable guest Professor Day-1 now. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Paru Sen, Head of the Management Department, to present the bouquet to Dr. Pratik Jain, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Rakesh Patel, sir, Head of the Science Department and Humanities Secretary of this conference, present the bouquet to Dr. Deepak Agarwal, sir. Next, I would call Mrs. Ujjwala Joshi, ma'am, Head of the Arts Department, present the bouquet to Dr. Ankita Chan, ma'am. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Gopal Nagar, sir, present the bouquet to Dr. Sanjay Gaup, sir. Next, I would like to Mrs. Vijay Jarman, present the flower, Dr. Manish Dubey, sir. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Vishnu Peswan, sir, present the bouquet, Dr. Mahesh Deva, sir. Next, I would like to Vijay Jarman. I think Vijay Jarman, please present the bouquet, Dr. Manish Dubey, sir. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Vivek Taturi, sir, to present the flower, Mr. Alika Patel, sir. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Dharmesh Pillai, sir, to present the bouquet, Dr. Manish Dubey, sir. Next, I would like to invite Manjula Patwari Ma'am, Head of Home Science Department, present class to Director, Madam Mrs. Meenakshi Bhansana. Now, I will like to invite Mr. Mariam Ilasan, Head of the Computer Science Department, present the bouquet to Principal Dr. Anuram Gite, sir. Uh, Now, I am calling Dr. Srinivas Kalla, sir, Head of the Commerce Department. Please, sir, present the bouquet to Chairman, Mr. Tarajan Patel, sir. Next, I would like to invite my head master, sir, to present our Dr. P. Chaudhary, sir, Government College, Nagpur. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Mrs. Jyoti Varma, madam, to present the tower, Lalit Medallia, sir, Government College, Nagpur.
After the welcome ceremony, now it's time for the proceedings and CD launch by our guests. The speakers in the program are uniquely placed to discuss and highlight the key points regarding the theme of conference. So before starting our program, let us launch it. I heartily welcome to all the speakers who have joined us online. Now it's time. Welcome our guest and host. Let us call the father figure of Gurjar community. Father figure of Gurjar community, chairman of the Gurjar community, a well-known public figure who is before that, let us introduce us first. So I would like to introduce our college, which is established in 2005 with the vision of giving quality education in demand. And Mr. Plasticity Patel.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to introduce Research Foundation of India, with whom this college is organizing this honor. Research Foundation of India is extremely lucky partner, social, complementary, and higher education quality and Indian research promotion in the form of events like international, national conferences, seminars, workshops, and other activities. RFI works for the integration of intellectual ideas across the globe to fulfill the task of innovation of humanity. The Research Foundation of India is concerned with improving the education process by encouraging scholarly inquiry related to education and practical application of research results. Research Foundation of India is working for research and development for higher education. It will sign a MOU with top universities from India. RFI doctors are faculty, researchers, graduate students, and other professionals with niche and diverse expertise in education research. RFI does not take any financial responsibility from any government body. Research Foundation of India has organized 1,000 plus international conferences and workshops, faculty development program, etc., all over the world. Now, RFI having 87 chapters in India and 80 chapters in India, Asia, and other countries, and recognized in 5 for as is sound, law, and central food. Dr. Solitaire, Chairman and CEO, is present here of the Foundation of India. Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, Chief Medical Director of the Foundation of India. Dr. Priyanshi Kamyoti, North South Board President. Dr. Ajay Chand, National Coordinator, who is present here of the Foundation of India. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's follow the father figure of the Gurjar community, chairman of the Gurjar community, a well-known public figure who is ex-MLA and MP of the constituency, Mr. Plasticity Patel, to give his blessings and welcome.
सेमिनार में आए हुए हमारे पहले में RFI मेंटर ग्रेजुएट कॉलेज के प्राचार्य महोदय सभी प्रोफेसर निश्चित रूप से हमारे विद्यालय का एक प्रयास रहा है इस क्षेत्र के लोगों को परिवारों को अच्छी से अच्छी शिक्षा बालक बालिकाओं को दी जाए और उस संबंध में हम करीब करीब सभी विषयों पर ज्ञान अध्ययन कराते हैं। इसके साथ ही हमारे प्रोफेसर सम्मान करते हुए और से स्वागत करते हुए अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। जय हिंद, धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir, for your introduction message. I'd like to invite the Chairman and CEO of the Business Foundation of India. He is also awarded as Vice President of World Federation of Science and Technology and President of Engineering Research Foundation. Dr. Jain also involved in Research Foundation of India, consultancy, unique camp, educational service, education, research analytical private limited. He awarded as gold medalist in Master of Technology from Government Engineering College, and he did first doctorate in Power System Engineering and second doctorate in Control System Engineering. Dr. Jain has organized more than 1,000 international and national events like conferences, FDFP, education workshops, and in multi-disciplinary areas. He has published more than 130 research articles in international and regional journals. Along published with 45 references, edited book or a book in multidisciplinary area on the name of Dr. G. 13 patents and copyright and copies from India. He is expert of solar and renewable energy culture. Sir, please, thank you.
Morning, all of you. As we know very well, we are here for celebrating that wonderful international conference organized by the Day-1 Bar Education Conference now. First of all, I would like to share about something. As we know very well, since 2 years, we are facing that problem related to COVID. Our last offline conference was at DNPP on 6 March 2020. After that, we are posting for online conferences all over the world. Then again COVID came and we started again the offline conference on DNPP. Again COVID came and that is the first offline, online and hybrid mode conference organized by Sri Reva Dr. Bar College. So I would like to welcome and say thanks to Mr. Tarachan Patel ji to providing that platform to organizing that international event at Sarawak, Indore, Madhya Pradesh. I think everyone know about that what is conference. I think everyone is familiar with that word. For that conference, you are required to interchange your thoughts, whatever you are facing the problems related to your research, whatever you are going to work for particular concepts. So you are required to change your thoughts between your other colleagues, your participants, your speakers, your experts. So for that, leaders, the events, we are trying to merge all over the world for that focusing the area of Sahabat in our notice. So for that event, I would like to say thank you participants. That conference is going to be in online mode by Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and offline mode, deciding over here as well. So I would like to thanks to Professor to provide their conference and special thanks to participate to make their conference success. For this event, as you know very well, this event is related to the same kinds of commerce, arts, science, education, management, and humanities in present scenario. Why we do that the title? Actually, we know very well we talking about any stream related to suppose a skill. But the number of people is not doing the research in some skill. Then how can they interchange your thoughts? By concept of multidisciplinary area, everyone can get chance the course between of the different aspect of peoples. Suppose I am doing the research on energy, but everyone is familiar with this word energy. So we can change the course between of you guys. So you can suggest me, you can listen me. That's why through that title related to art, science, humanities, and related to multidisciplinary concepts. For this conference, I would like to first say thanks, Professor Rania Rupodi, Global Educator, Scheme Inspector, Deep Ministry of Education, Professor Narina Ringozi, Finance and Economics Institute, Northeastern Federation University, Russia. I would like to say thanks and clap for this team who whatever I think over here he is again and again providing respect to Indian culture. I think everyone is going to see over here. Therefore, thank you very much, Professor Arina. I would like to thank Dr. R.F. Principal Government for this award. Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta. Also, I am required to discuss the main pillar of Research Foundation of India, our Chief Managing Director, Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta. Right now, he is online from Goa, Chhattisgarh. So, welcome to Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta. Dr. Anurag Hideli, welcome for this conference, who are managing that all the events at their level. Dr. Chai Ting Tangi in online board, they are raising over the School of Management from Thailand. Lee Thi Mai NG, Vietnam. For our national guest, Dr. Pratik Jain, who are managing their time and Sarawak also belongs to Sarawak area. He is really very proud to be here in front of you guys. Dr. Mausi Lantarji, Dr. Shumanta Lantarji, Dr. Tati Rajan Motekarji. Also, I would like to welcome Dr. Deepak Agarwalji and SSIEM and Dr. Santosh Babarji, motivational speaker and secretary from the University Dr. Rakesh Patel ji, Every Life Science Department, SRGG, LC Sahabat. Also, I am required to discuss over here. As I am required to discuss in front of you, that is your area belongs to IT. So, this conference all managed by Central Board of India President Dr. Manish Dubey. So I would like to welcome for this conference and all the national events approved and managed by National Coordinator Research Foundation of India Dr. Ajay Jayanti. I welcome for this conference. I would like to welcome Dr. Sanjay ji, please. For this conference, we have received a number of research articles related to multidisciplinary fields. So you can have a good look for in the opinion for this conference particularly. And special thanks to participants including their conference success and their living. Number of papers we have received for the publications, so you can have a good look in your publication within 7 days of the peer reviewed and journals. With this conference, I have required to discuss over here this conference आपका स्टार्टिंग higher education, Ministry of Higher Education. So in this context also approved by MHRD, and person who are seeking for their papers on this book chapters, so they can have a follow for the same. So thank you very much for taking your precious time at this place. Also, I have to say thanks to our team, technical team here and online team, and all that chapter head. I quality the name of that person. So thank you very much, and still thanks to our DSR. So thank you very much. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to call Gopal Nagar sir to welcome our guest, C.G. Thakur sir, Principal of Polytechnic College, Sanama. Thank you so much, sir, for meeting us. I would like to call Neetu Birla madam to welcome our next guest, Dr. Mandir Sudhani sir, Polytechnic College, Sanama. Thank you. It's an honor to introduce you, sir, Dr. R.S. Devra, sir, MA LLB in economics, and having PhD in year 1990, has attended 3 oriental courses, 4 refresher courses, attended 5 workshops, state conferences, national conferences, and international conferences. Along with that, he has attended almost 50 national seminars, has attended state training programs. He's been a research right since 2005, and under his guidance, almost 3 candidates have completed their PhD. Several minor projects with MP government, as well as he is life member of MP Economics Association, the Indian Economic Association. He is vice president of MPEA and organized seminars and workshops, and almost 20 research papers published in national and international journals. So I welcome you, sir, for a valuable speech for us. स्पीकर से सुनना है हम लोग आयोजन कमेटी माने जाते हैं फिर इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में सम्मानीय मंच और आमंत्रित अतिथिगण और बहुत सारे रिसर्च और कॉन्फ्रेंस में मुख्य करने वाले विद्यार्थी, विशेष रूप से मैं इस संस्था के पटवृक्ष सम्मानीय प्राचीन जी पटेल साहब को नमन करता हूँ कि जिन्होंने उनकी आपकी त्याग तपस्या के बल पर आज हम सभी यहाँ एकत्रित हैं। आपका त्याग ही हमें यहाँ नेशनल स्टेट नेशनल ले आई, बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है, बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। ऐसी समस्याओं इस समय ऐसे लोग करने ही देते हैं। फिर से आपको नमन करता हूँ। आज के इस आयोजन में जो योगदान कर रहे हैं
श्री सौरभ जैन साहब, अनुराग जी, कन्वीनर सूत्रधार, और जिससे कि हमने इंटरनेशनल नाम दिया है, प्रोफेसर नारिना रिंगो, यूनिवर्सिटी रशिया। आपका भी बहुत योगदान है और आपकी वजह से बहुत सारे हम लोग इंटरनेशनल में आगे बढ़ने आए, स्पेशली ये हैं हम डॉक्टर चाय सिंह साहब, डॉक्टर पुनीत जैन साहब, संजय घर साहब, अग्रवाल जी, फाउंडेशन की स्टेट सेक्रेटरी रिसर्च फाउंडेशन अंकिता जैन मैम, राकेश पटेल जी, मनीष दुबे जी, यूनिवर्सिटी वैष्णव कॉलेज और वैष्णव यूनिवर्सिटी से अजय जी जैन साहब, ताराचंद जी पटेल साहब के बाद जो दूसरा नाम आता है मैडम मीनाक्षी भावसा, सेक्रेटरी यहाँ की। आपका भी लंबे समय से ध्यान आप इस सामान्य है, साथ ही मेरे साथी प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर ललित कुमार जी भदानिया और डॉक्टर दिनेश चौधरी, आप फिजिक्स प्रोफेसर फॉर फिजिक्स। और सनावत का नाम एक समय जो चल रहा था, सनावत पॉलिटेक्निक की वजह से बड़वानी और खरगोन जिले में यहाँ के पॉलिटेक्निक से बड़े बड़े लोग मिलते हैं। संस्था छोटी है लेकिन लंबे समय से यहाँ पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज में अच्छे अच्छे कार्य किए हैं। उनके प्रिंसिपल साहब मेरे समक्ष बैठे हैं। खुशी की बात है और उसमें इधर साहब ने, पटेल साहब ने हमको भी यहाँ जो सम्मान दिया है, निश्चित रूप से एक बहुत विनम्र बात है। तो छोटी छोटी दो तीन बात करूंगा मैं। पटेल साहब और माननीय श्री सुभाष सिंह यादव साहब दोनों साथ में हैं, तो दोनों ने ही एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन की ओर विशेष ध्यान दिया है और में वहां चल रहा है, पटेल साहब का यही चल रहा है। और नेक की बात करें हम तो में एक बार नेक हो चुका है और पटेल साहब इस प्रक्रिया के लास्ट चरण में चल रहे हैं। पूरे जिले के साथ चल रहा है और मैं पूरी पटेल साहब की पूरी टीम को बधाई देना चाहूंगा कि आपकी अच्छी ग्रेड आए और सफलतापूर्वक ये काम हो। गर्ग साहब सोच रहे हैं लेकिन मेरा नाम नहीं दिया, आप भी इस तरीके की प्रेरणा दें तो इस प्रेरणा के रेफरेंस से ही आप यहाँ आए हैं। इस संस्था की शुरुआत 2005 से लेकर 2022 का जो लंबा सफर है वो एक छोटी सी स्कूल से शुरुआत होकर के आज हम देख रहे हैं स्कूल कॉलेज के बाद में कॉलेज मल्टी फैसिलिटी और मल्टी फैकल्टी में भी आपका साइंस के आर्ट्स के कॉमर्स में और साइंस में स्पेशल टेक्नोलॉजी ले लो, माइक्रोबायोलॉजी ले लो, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी ले लो, सब बॉर्डर में सारे सब्जेक्ट तो आ रहे हैं जो हमारे आगे चल के हमारे विद्यार्थियों को रोजगार के क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ाएंगे। एक बहुत बड़ी बात है आज जो फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट का काम किया जा रहा है, केवल स्टूडेंट आना, फीस जमा करना और पढ़ाई करना और परीक्षा देना, पास करना, ये केवल स्टूडेंट नहीं माननीय पटेल साहब ने नहीं रखा है। उसके साथ साथ फैकल्टी का भी इम्प्रूवमेंट हो, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। और ये इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस विशेष रूप से फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट के लिए कार्य आवश्यकता होगी, ऐसी और ऐसी निश्चित रूप से सफलता होगा। इस अवसर पर मैं दो तीन बात करना चाहूंगा कि जो रिसर्च वाली बात हो रही है, विशेष स्पेशली जो रिसर्च फाउंडेशन के जो मेंबर हैं यहाँ पर आप लोग भी जो है बहुत बड़ा काम यहाँ कर रहे हैं और इस इंटीरियर के क्षेत्र को आगे पुश का काम कर रहे हैं कि इंटीरियर में भी रिसर्च को बढ़ावा मिलेगा और रिसर्च के क्षेत्र में काम हो तो उसमें भी नेशनल इंटरनेशनल लेवल के जर्नल्स में पब्लिश हो पेपर जो आजकल जो पेपर होता है लोग सोचते हैं अपनी अपनी बात करें। साइंस का व्यक्ति तो होता है कोई थोड़ा सा व्यक्ति अपने ही पेपर की बात करता है, कॉमर्स वाला व्यक्ति अपनी बात करता है, साइंस वाला व्यक्ति अपनी बात, और उसका डिफरेंशिएट यहाँ जो बड़ा एक क्या है कि रिसर्च ऐसी हो कि वो मल्टी की हो, मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी हो, मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी रिसर्च में सभी लोग इन्वॉल्व होंगे और पांच पांच डिसिप्लिनरी है, तीन डिसिप्लिनरी है, उसकी एक जो रिसर्च होगी वो रिसर्च होगी और हमारे आम पब्लिक के लिए उपयोगी हो। जैसे आपका यहाँ टेक्नोलॉजी है, माइक्रोबायोलॉजी है, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी है, एग्रीकल्चर की डिफरेंस पर बात करेंगे हम, और इस तरीके की रिसर्च आगे चलने के लिए ज्यादा इसी तरीके से जो है बहुत बड़ी समस्या है हमारा रिसर्च फाउंडेशन इस बात को कि आगे ले कि जो रिसर्च है जो बड़े बड़े शहरों में बड़े बड़ी जो अच्छी फैसिलिटी मिलती है वो लोग तो अपना इधर उधर से नेट से यहाँ से वहाँ से कर लेते हैं। यूजीसी ने बाकी फैसिलिटी देना बंद कर दिया, आजकल नीति आयोग कर दिया है जो फैसिलिटी कॉलेजों और दूसरे सेंटर को देती है नीति आयोग। अभी तक इस स्थिति में नहीं पहुंच पाया है जिस समय यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रांट कमीशन यूजीसी को फैसिलिटियां देती थी तो सुविधाएं देती थी, वो सुविधाएं सारी बंद हो गई और ऊपर से ऊपर टफ ये कर दिया है कि यूजीसी के जनरल में ही रिसर्च करना होगा, वही मान्य होगा हमारे ग्रेड और अन्य रेफरेंस में। इसका थोड़ा रिसर्च फाउंडेशन और हम लोग मिल करके यूजीसी को इस तरीके से थोड़ा सुझाव देंगे कि वो इसमें कुछ न कुछ इस तरीके का रास्ता निकाले जो हमारे जो इंटीरियर के प्रोफेसर्स है वो इतना लेवल का स्टैंडर्ड का पेपर नहीं पब्लिश करा पाते हैं, तो इस और रिसर्च फाउंडेशन थोड़ा सा ध्यान दे। अगली बात जो नई शिक्षा नीति में चल रही है विशेष रूप से रोजगार पर ज्यादा जोर दिया जा रहा है कि ऐसा पाठ्यक्रम हो जो केवल परीक्षा पास हो और डिग्री लेकर के घर बैठने वाला मामला नहीं हो। नई शिक्षा नीति में रोजगार के ऊपर विशेष रूप से ध्यान दिया है, तो मैं पटेल साहब से और उनकी टीम से अनुरोध करूंगा कि जो समाज चल रहा है उसको थोड़ा एडवांस करें, ऐसा कर ही रहे हैं, लेकिन साथ साथ छोटे छोटे कोर्सेज जिससे हमारे बच्चे पार्ट टाइम के कोर्स महीने के 2 महीने के करके साइड में रोजगार की उनको व्यवस्था हो जाए, तो आगे जाकर ये महसूस नहीं करते कि पढ़ने के बाद क्या, तो छोटे छोटे रोजगार के कोर्स है जैसे टेली अकाउंट सीखना है, ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग है, वर्मीकल्चर है और इसी तरीके से टैक्स प्रोसीजर है, जीएसटी वाला है और इस तरीके के बहुत सारे कोर्स है। इस तरह के छोटे छोटे कोर्सेज चला जिससे कि हमारे विद्यार्थी को ये लगे कि हमारे कुछ हमारी पढ़ाई के साथ साथ हमारे साथ कुछ स्पेशलाइजेशन है। बहुत सारा समय खुला है, हमें हमारे इंटरनेशनल गेस्ट को सुनना है, वैल्यू उत्सव को बहुत सारा आयोजक संस्थान है, हमारे पटेल साहब के मार्गदर्शन में किया और हमको भी हमारे साथियों को बहुत सारा सम्मान और अवसर दिया, इसके लिए हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। जय हिंद जय भारत।
Thank you so much, sir, for that valuable input to us. I would like to call Dr. Pretest on the stage to have his. I would like to call member of the committee, Om Patel sir, to come on the stage to have his.
I would like to invite Mr. Rajesh Soni sir, present committee, to member committee member Om Patel sir. Then I request from our college academic director, Mr. Vedanshi Hamza for workshop country. Mrs. Vedanshi Hamza academic director of SRGB College. Madam has served as the principal from 2005 to 2017. She awarded as a gold medalist in Master of Chemistry from Indu University in 1973. Actually, Madam is a completed student of this institution. She dedicated her whole life for education, so we on her education module. Please, sir. उन्होंने मस्त 80% काम कर दिया है। Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Respected, beloved PG students, more respected by all the staff and also HOD, still respected guests and more respected staff from the first floor, 3, 46, 3, Vadanasi, and all the members. August Dias, मैं शॉर्ट में बोलती हूँ नाम सभी काम करती है August Dias and very focused our chairman, very focused. आज अभी मुझे थोड़ा सब्जेक्ट चेंज होना ज़्यादा अच्छा लगेगा ये सब काटे हुए ये सब हम कर रहे हैं और what we are doing the same. This is the question. Or what we are doing the everything. Science में जनरली तीन चीजें होती है एक्सपेरिमेंट, ऑब्जर्वेशन एंड रिसर्च. I think this is the basic of the daily research project. हम जिस research project के बाद करने जा रहे हैं, it is very difficult, very difficult. So the age of our college is not so young. We are 15 years or 17 years old, but I am feeling just like adolescents. Our these stages are later, childhood, adulthood, and adolescence. Due to new education policy, इतनी एज होने के बाद भी I am feeling that we are English now and adolescents due to this new education policy. हमने तो बना दिया प्रोग्राम एक कार्यक्रम बना दिया और उसको सोचने के लिए लिख दिया RFI हमने नॉमिनेट भी कर ली आयोजन भी कर लिया परंतु जब इसका टेक्निकल सिस्टम आया अब जो आने वाला है आज से अभी से या थोड़ी देर बाद जो चालू होने वाला है that will be fantastic. That is the more fun. That is the real result. And one thing, this is the first one side. The second side, here, due to the result of our great focused care person. He had been research long ago. Here, the area को चाहिए. This was the basic research. इस एरिया को एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट चाहिए ये उनकी जो रिसर्च है उन्होंने उस पर एक्सपेरिमेंट किए वो किसी केजी स्कूल खोली देन बड़ी स्कूल खोली देन अगेन स्कूल खोली एंड ही हिमसेल्फ टर्न into the college for the benefit and the result and observation of all the ETC class. So definitely after our technical session, we will feel somewhat better. So now my question, or what we are here, or what our life is here, and for what we are living. What is our basic motto? This is not our basic motto. So when Anna, then again, this is not motto. The one thing our motto. जो छुपा हुआ है I don't feel everybody feel or not feel but I think कि जब हम सोते हैं या दूसरा दिन जब उठता है तो
हम अपने स्वयं के लिए जीते हैं, ये हमारे जीवन का मोटो है। ना तो ये जीते हैं, परंतु हैप्पीनेस चाहते हैं, लाइफ में सिर्फ हैप्पीनेस चाहते हैं, कोई भी वस्तु का नहीं चाहते। उस हैप्पीनेस के लिए अलग अलग क्राइटेरिया है। किसी बच्चे की खिलौना मिल गया तो हैप्पीनेस है, कोई फर्स्ट क्लास पास हो गया तो हैप्पीनेस है, कोई नौकरी पा गया तो हैप्पीनेस है, कोई स्टेज पे बैठ गया तो हैप्पीनेस है, कोई ने कुछ नाम कमा लिया तो हैप्पीनेस है। परंतु मेरे लिए हैप्पीनेस और हैप्पीनेस है जो अपना काम करने की हैप्पीनेस के साथ करता है, वो उसके इंटरनल accomplishment है, हैप्पीनेस के साथ उसके लाइफ नहीं है। ऐसा कोई बात नहीं, ऐसा है आते हैं और ग्रेट फोकस ऐसे हमारे चेयरपर्सन है। आई एम फीलिंग very energetic and proud by explaining the same thing. The one thing which I want to share between all of us, when I was student of MSc final exam से होती थी, तब एक डेलीगेट हमारे न्यू ओल्ड यूनिवर्सिटी में आया था, रशिया से 8 लोग। मैडम ने also with me, it is very happiness for me. Thank you, ma'am. Everybody is eager to listen to the critical sessions. So on this, we will learn and we will get something. What is our aim and what is here for this session? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now, I would like to introduce one of the guests online, Dr. Ashok Gupta sir. He is having BE, MSc, Bhopal, MTech from many PGDM, DMS, LLB, PhD, and many other degrees. He has published more than 50 research papers in national and international journals. He is having a rich 40 years experience, around 30 years in industrial field and around 10 years in education field. Recently, Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar visited USA and visited various renowned universities like Northwestern University, Boston, Harvard University, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, Boston University, etc. As far as association with RFI is concerned, he is considered as one of the founder member of RFI. Looking to his dedication and hard work in RFI, he is now promoted as CMD, Chief Managing Director. Thank you, sir. We are honored.
Welcome to Gupta sir. Welcome to Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta ji.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Audio.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's session. This is Professor Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, CMD RFI from presently at NTPC Township, India. I feel honored. Hello. So there is some disturbance. Hello. Okay. I feel delighted to be invited to this international inaugural session of International Conference on recent trends of commerce, art, science, education, management, and humanities in present scenario. This is organized by Sri Reva Gurjar Bal Niketan College, Sanawad, Research Foundation of India, and RFI-CARE. in association with World Virtual Conference Forum, World Federation of Science and Technology, International Research Guide Federation, Academic Research Guide Association, and Edu Academic INC. The aim of this international conference is to provide the most complete and reliable source of information on the recent advancements in the field of recent trends of commerce, arts, science, education, management, and humanities in present scenario. The conference covers a broad range of topics in this field. A big reason for going to the conferences is to meet with like-minded people and industry peers. Conferences being together people from all different geographical areas who share a common discipline or field, and they are a great way to meet new people in the specified field. The National Education Policy of India 2020 has given a clarion call for holistic value-based education to prepare our youth and develop our nation. Because education is fundamental for achieving full human potential, developing an equitable and just society, and promoting national development. RFI is working in line this. Now it's my privilege and honor to welcome all the dignitaries, resource persons, and experts available for this international conference. Thank you all for coming at such short notice. I feel appreciate really for attending this seminar today. My sincere thanks to Dr. Saurabh Jain, Chairman and CEO, Research Foundation of India. Special thanks to Dr. Ajay Jain and Team RFI for managing this wonderful show. I would also like to thank the support of organizing and participating institutions, all the participants who are attending the session with full enthusiasm, and to those who have given their input to this international conference. For more details, please contact info@researchfoundationofindia.com, and you can visit our website researchfoundationofindia.com for such other events. Again, thanks to all for your support and dedication. Over to you. Thank you.
Day 1 2005. She has completed 7 research papers in international and international. Please start.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. Thank you in advance for joining us at this two-day international research conference, Recent Trends in Commerce, Management, Education, Science and Arts. It is my pleasure to introduce to all the international and national guests and invited guests. सबसे पहले मैं देवापुजन महाविद्यालय की ओर से कॉलेज के चेयरमैन श्री दाराचंद जी पटेल सर का वेलकम करता हूँ। सर हमारे प्रेरणा स्रोत, हमारे मार्गदर्शन और हमें हर कार्य के लिए प्रेरित करते हैं। इसके बाद में खगोल लीड कॉलेज से बना है डॉक्टर आर एस देवासर का महाविद्यालय की ओर से स्वागत करता हूँ। आपके मार्गदर्शन में हम लोग सतत कार्य करते हैं और लगातार आपका हर कार्य में हमें सहयोग मिलता है। रिसर्च फाउंडेशन ऑफ इंडिया जिनके मार्गदर्शन में जिनके सहयोग से हम ये इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं। RFI के चेयरमैन डॉक्टर सौरभ जैन सर, I heartily welcome Dr. Narina Ringo, Russia, Dr. Pratik Jain sir, Dr. Deepak Agarwal sir, Ankita Jain madam, Ajay Jain sir, and Manish Dubey sir. Polytechnic College, Sanawat के प्रिंसिपल प्रोटोकॉलजी लीड कॉलेज से बटाने बटानिया जी और चौधरी सर, सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल कॉलेज से डॉक्टर संजय गर्ग सर। निश्चित रूप से ये जो रिसर्च कॉन्फ्रेंस हम कर रहे हैं, इसका उद्देश्य इस क्षेत्र में, इस एरिया में रिसर्च को बढ़ावा देना और पीजी स्टूडेंट, ग्रेजुएशन स्टूडेंट में रिसर्च के प्रति एक नई जागरूकता लाना, ताकि हम भी इस क्षेत्र में अच्छा से अच्छा कार्य कर सकें और इस क्षेत्र को भी, यहाँ के स्टूडेंट्स को भी आगे की ओर ले जा सकें। हमारा ये जो टू इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस है, इसका सेकंड सेशन टेक्निकल सेशन होगा, जिसमें इंटरनेशनल पेपर्स प्रेजेंट किए जाएंगे एंड 27 को जो नेक्स्ट हमारा सेशन होगा, 27 वाले सेशन में इन हाउस हमारे कॉलेज से लगभग 25 पेपर, रिसर्च पेपर पब्लिश किए गए हैं, उन सभी का भी प्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ किया जाएगा और अन्य जगह से भी जो लोग हमसे ऑनलाइन कनेक्टेड हैं, उनकी भी रिसर्च पेपर पब्लिश किए जाएंगे। एक बार पुनः मैं कॉलेज की ओर से पधारे सभी गेस्ट को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद भी देता हूँ और उनका महाविद्यालय की ओर से वेलकम करता हूँ। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. It will be honor to give a token of remembrance to all the guests. Sir, it will take some few minutes. So then we can start listening our international speakers. Those who are online.
So, I would like to invite Dr. Plasticity sir to present the moment, Mr. Plasticity. Please, sir. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Vishnu Vaidyanathan sir to present the moment, Dr. R.S. Devasar. Next, I would like to invite Mrs. Anita Shukla to present the moment, Mrs. Meenakshi Vasanathan.
I'd like to invite Dr. Shweta Kanchalawati to give moment to Professor Narina Ringo. Next is Mr. Ritesh Dongre sir to give token of remembrance to Dr. Pratik Jain.
Next, I will invite to Mr. Manish Jain sir to present the moment to Dr. Deepak Agarwal sir. Next, I would like to invite Mrs. Kalukuni Kamal madam to present the moment to Dr. Angika Sharma. Now that I would like to invite Mr. Akhilesh Chaudhary to present the moment Dr. Sangram Sir. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Shubham Bagaris sir to give a moment Dr. Rakesh Patel sir. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Yogesh Joshi sir to present the moment Dr. Ajit Jain sir. Next, I would like to invite Mr. R. Krishnan sir to present the moment Dr. Manish Dubey sir.
I would like to call as a mathematics sir to give the moment to Ajay Jain sir. Thank you so much, sir. Before starting the presentation of our international health, I would like to say some words. According to Margaret Mead, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, concerned citizens can change world. Indeed, this is the only thing that ever has. The speakers in the program are uniquely placed to discuss and highlight the key points. It will be great to hear from our keynote speakers. I would like to hand over the entire session to Anubhuti Kaur madam to continue this.
Thank you so much, sir.
Good afternoon to all. I Anupri Kamal, on behalf of the entire Sri Veda Gundra College fraternity, welcomes you all to the International Conference on recent waves of commerce, art, science, education, management, and humanities in present scenario. I extremely overwhelmed to get this opportunity addressed all on this auspicious occasion of this international conference. Here is a healthy, hearty welcome, with and warm enough to encompass you all. Say we are excited and eager to listen to you, fellow members. Please join me in giving our guests the most cordial of welcome for their introduction and knowledge. We are eager to hear from our delegates about their ideas. First of all, I would like to call Dr. Rakesh Patel, sir, Assistant Professor of our college, to introduce Professor Rania Lampo, Sam, Global Educator, STEM Instructor, Pre-Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs, Pre-Astronomy and Space Company. Please, sir, Rakesh Patel, sir.
Namaskar. I am here introducing Lambu Madam for our speaker. Rania Lambu Madam is a global educator, ICT teacher trainer in Greece. She has a postgraduate degree in it, and they have many national, international awards. Over 120 awards achieved, and this is a social activist, global peace ambassador, senior advisor of United Nations Peacekeeper Federation Council, and ambassador of the Business Community. He is also member of educational committee. He is global council member of Chartered Institute of in he has a very long opportunity for sharing light and various board of the committee of many journals. I would like to invite Rania Lambu Madam to share their knowledge and thoughts to our college. Welcome.
Warm greetings from Greece. I'm very, very happy and honored to be invited today in this so resourceful multidisciplinary conference. And I would like to congratulate the Research Foundation of India and all institutions for organizing this great event. And of course, I would like to thank Dr. Ajay for his invitation. Today, we will explore the fascinating world of neuroeducation and brain-based learning, and we will see how we can apply effective teaching strategies, what we call brain-based strategies and techniques, based on the principles of cognitive neurosciences in order to make learning and teaching more challenging and engaging. So may I share now my presentation? Is my presentation visible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So the human brain, we know that's actually a miracle because the cells of the human brain are organizing themselves into networks that communicate each other, they store and process information, and learn new things. Neuroscience is definitely one of the most active scientific fields of the moment. Its specialists now have tools of incredible precision at their disposal, and they're more willing than ever to strive to uncover the most intimate mechanism of our consciousness. The field of neuroscience focuses on the scientific study of the nervous system, analyzing both its structure and its way of functioning, and it belongs to the large family of cognitive sciences, which were first introduced in the decade of 50s. So this term was used in association with 5 founding disciplines, computer science, neuroscience, psychology, philosophy, linguistics, anthropology. Soon, however, more disciplines were associated with it. The cognitive sciences have experienced, of course, a great rise, which can also be described as scientific revolution nowadays, that form a very broad interdisciplinary field where a very diverse approach coexist. From the decade of 80s onwards, so the constant rise in popularity and interest in the field of neurosciences made them the pivot of cognitive sciences. So in 1985, we all know the psychologist Howard Gardner is the one who popularized the theory of multiple intelligence. He published the first history of the cognitive evolution, and the decade of 90s were called the decade of the brain. Later, a lot of new models were developed, such as a symbolic model or connectionism, etc. But there is no longer a dominant model. That means that we have many new brain imaging techniques that advance the study of brain activity considerably. And we could say that neuroscience is nowadays at the crossroad of biological, chemical, medical, computer, thematical, psychological sciences. In France, we have Jean-Pierre Saint-Jay, is the one who popularized actually in neuroscience, and he's a representative of cultivation biology for years with his famous books, The Neural Man and Man of Truth. So according to him, neuroscience will bring us a new vision, a new conception of man and humanity, and inaugurates the lights of the 21st century. The goal of neuroscience is not only to just to map the brain and spot the biological processes involved in cognition. We now use the term cognitive neuroscience to indicate the ultimate aim and approach to understand the mental operations, identify the links between structures and functions. And you know that actually cognitive neuroscience is the study, we could say, of how the brain enables the mind. Brain science explores how individual neurons operate and communicate to form complex neuronal architectures that comprise the human brain. For a long time, we know that cognitive neuroscience focused only on the study of cognitive phenomena. However, now it's the emotions which have been at the forefront of fields in the study, thanks to the works of Antonio Damasio and many others who helped popularize the idea that high intellectual functions are closely connected with emotions. So we talk about actually science of emotion, because after years of neglect by both mainstream biology and psychology, the study of emotions has emerged as a central topic of scientific inquiry in the vibrant new discipline of neuroscience. So what is the function of emotions? What is the role of the body in emotions? What are feelings? And why are emotions so difficult to control? Is there an emotional brain? All these questions are very important because the role of emotion in learning is important, has a very important influence on the cognitive processes, including perception, attention, learning, memory, reasoning, and also influences attention, as I said before, modulating the selectivity of attention as well as motivating action and behavior. And very important in memory, we're going to see that later. So the center of emotions in brain, the region of the brain, is called the limbic system. And it's responsible for behavioral and emotional responses. These are the parts of the limbic system: hypothalamus, hippocampus, important because it helps preserve and retrieve memories. Amygdala structure plays important role in fear and anger, and it helps coordinate responses to stimuli in our environment. Thalamus and limbic cortex. Very interesting discovery nowadays. We talk about brain plasticity because this is the extraordinary capacity of the brain to reconfigure itself from a functional point of view in response to stimuli from the environment. The nervous system is, of course, the main learning tool that is being developed. So learning is a process that takes place in the brain, and what is also learning is the transformation of existing cognitive structures or the creation of new cognitive structures. And today, thanks to sophisticated brain image devices, it's possible to study the changes in the brain caused by student learning. Neuroscience has become an important pole of attraction for several disciplines, and of course, education. We have in 2027 the report of the Organization for Economic Cooperation Development and Studying the Brain, and we have a new field of research called educational neuroscience that covers multiple disciplines, including neuroscience, cognitive sciences, and education. And what is neuroeducation? It's a new research approach that attempts to bring together knowledge, neuroscience, education, especially through brain imaging techniques, and it aims to highlight certain educational problems in order to allow the possibility to propose new solutions. So neuroeducation makes it possible to understand the nature of cognitive work carried out by the learning, during performance of certain tasks, to discover the effects of different types of education, to measure the effectiveness of an education intervention, and to more quickly identify students with learning difficulties. That's why neuroeducation is very well applied in special education. So what are these principles of what we call brain-compatible learning? Each brain is unique because we are all different and unique. We are all have the same set of systems, but these systems are integrated differently within each brain, and this makes us all different. Learning changes the human brain. Why? Because while learning, two types of changes occur in the brain. A change in the internal structure of neurons and an increase in the number of synapses, that means more dendrites between neurons. By changing the stimulus behavior, the brain changes respectively. And also, we'll know that the brain is modified by experience. And brain is programmed to learn because the need to learn is a physiological need. We are genetically programmed to learn, to discover, to explore, to reflect, and learn. So learning is developmental. Also talked about how brain is an organ of adaptability and plasticity. Neurons are not fixed and immutable entities. The brain constantly restructures and maintains its plasticity throughout its life. So the brain is pliable. And also brain is a multifunctional parallel processor because the brain processes all information simultaneously and continuously. Thoughts, emotions, imagination, predispositions work at the same time and interact with other processes of the brain. And our brain makes choices because the dynamics of the brain presuppose its capacity for free choice and decision making, because our brain is not pre-formed but structured in order to learn what it needs to learn and when it is presented with the possibility of choice. So teachers should allow everyone to update their choice potential. Brain searches for order and organization. Why? Because our brain seeks to bring order to chaos. So organization, including selection, ranking, and comparison, is a biological necessity of our brain. Human brain works both linearly and by association because our brain does not organize our thinking in a linear fashion, but globally and by association. It compares, it integrates, relates, and seeks to give meaning to what it perceives. Association plays a key role in almost all our mental functions. The more associations you create in the brain, the more likely it is that the information will be encoded in what we call long-term memory, and therefore it will be available for recall. And learning also presupposes connections with existing knowledge. Dendrites resemble the branches of a tree, and they develop from the branch that already exists. Therefore, when we learn a new concept or skill, learners must first establish a connection with prior knowledge or experience. Our brain searches for novelty because when we learn new information, either new neural connections are made or the old ones are strengthened. The brain learns when it enriches, adapts, and assimilates the unpredictable and the new. We learn what we practice. Why? Because we learn, because when we practice, new fibers, new dendrites grow and connect with each other and they form synapses. Practice means making and correcting mistakes, learning from our own mistakes, and trying constantly. Mistakes are a natural and necessary part of the learning process. Attention, because according to research, brain stays alert for only about 10 minutes. So in general, the dropout in a class occurs before the quarter of an hour of an activity. So our challenge is to find a way to maintain and develop people's attention during a given time. Teachers, for instance, can capture the attention of the learners through a multitude of visual, auditory, kinesthetic inputs and new emotional experiences and alternations. And learning also involves conscious and unconscious processes because the brain absorbs information of which is directly aware with concentrated attention, but it also absorbs information which is beyond the immediate objective of attention. Very important that our brain seeks pleasure. The pleasure center of the brain, or what we call the reward circuit, tends to desire the repetition of a stimulus or experience that causes pleasure. So every pleasant piece of information can cause the release of what we call dopamine. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that causes feelings of euphoria in the brain with the production of endorphins and activates the limbic system that I said before is the center of emotions in our brain. So in other terms, learning becomes more enjoyable and is positively reinforced when inner motivation, interest, and active engagement prevail. And our brain learns best through a multisensory process. We all know about this. Why? Because multisensory stimuli promote the development of the entire cortex, not only just one region. Repetition builds the brain because current neurology has shown that the creation of synaptic connections depends in part on a repetition of stimuli. Repeated experiences create neural connections that lead to learning. And very, very important, our brain is social because our brain evolves and learns through interaction experiences with others. Learning is influenced in particular by the nature of our social relationships. Our brain seems to like learning from others, so natural development alone is not enough. And nowadays, we talk a lot about 21st century skills, how problem solving, for instance, it's one of the most important skills of the 21st century, and how it's related to our brain. The brain is engaged in finding multiple responses to a problem rather than finding the right answer. So due to this process, which involves reasoning, critical thinking, and other high-level cognitive skills, neural growth takes place. So teachers should create a challenging, relevant learning environment rich in problem-solving activities and situations. Learning and processing information takes time because we need time to learn, because we need time to grow and connect dendrites. The dendrites and the synapses perhaps will start to disappear if they are not used and if they are not practiced. This is a famous quote of neuroscientists who say that if you don't use it, you will lose it. And remember that learners have optimal learning times during the day. In general, learners tend to receive the most information towards the start of the course, and then they experience downtime when retention decreases. Therefore, teachers have to organize varied lessons and make the lessons shorter and use many different teaching means and aids. At the same time, we need structural breaks because we need to create an alternation between taking information and moments of interiorization, inner silence, and reactivation. Why? Because our human brain cannot record an infinite amount of explicit information. It needs breaks in order to internalize new information and replenish neurotransmitters. Neurotransmitters are those chemicals that transmit impulses from neuron to neuron. Let's not forget about the search for meaning, because new learning is more likely to be acquired and remembered if it's meaningful and relevant. It's new information is less likely to be rejected if it is straightforward and has relevance or value. So learner-centered learning should therefore be effective and meaningful. We must take into account experience and knowledge and personal history of learners. Search for meaning is done through what we call patternization. This is refers to the organization, the categorization of meaningful information. It's interesting to see here the learning pyramid. The learning pyramid shows that after 2 weeks, we tended to retain 10% of what we read, 20% of what we hear, 50% of what we see, 70% of what we see and hear, 70% of what we say, 90% of what we say and do. Means this learning pyramid clearly illustrates that active participation in the learning process results in increased knowledge building and retention. And learning is a holistic process. Of course, it's integrating. That's why we talk about integrated learning. And here, here we can mention how each hemisphere of the brain processes information accordingly to its specialty. It's what we call this phenomenon lateralization of the brain. However, this each hemisphere is connected to the opposite part of the body. However, specialization is no way means separation, because according to all the new research of neuroscience, the two brains actually collaborate. There are neurons that interact all the time. So the two hemispheres have complementary functions. They cooperate and they interact. Emotion and learning, the role of emotion I talked before is very important, because everything we learn is influenced and organized by emotion states of minds. Feelings and thoughts shape each other, they cannot separate it. And our brain responds to positive suggestions, of course, environment and learning. And what are the educational implications of this? How to create this positive learning environment? Teachers should start teaching enthusiastically, of course, make sure everyone in the class feels comfortable, and of course, promote positive experiences and emotions for students. So if educators take into account these principles of brain functioning, they can discover the state of students. They can better identify their needs, define precise learning objectives. They provide multisensory representations that can promote brain growth and connections and support the intellectual curiosity. So at the start of the teachers embrace the power of novelty. What we call destabilizes the senses, and associate new ideas with the students, what the students already know, making connections between current knowledge and new material. They offer the possibility of choice, as I said before, promote the development of a wider range of mental, physical, aesthetic, social, emotional interests, uses a wide variety of methods. Here we talk about how our brain seeks order. That's why it's important to use thought organizers, concept maps, mind maps. Also, as talked before about repetition and respecting the laws of memorization, we need to regularly review and repeat new knowledge through structuring brain breaks. So teachers need to involve all students in the learning process. So we talk about active learning, respect the individuality of each student, and opt for the differentiation. And also try to inspire intrinsic motivation and offer frequent opportunities for creativity. So create a pleasant atmosphere that promotes exploration and the pleasure of learning. Take into account, as I said before, the importance of emotion. provide enriched environments in order to develop critical and creative thinking, promote higher order thinking, and favor complex activities instead of difficult activities, because this way we can prioritize questions instead of answers, and they provide specific and immediate feedback, because feedback is also important in the function of brain. It's interesting to see, we'll not have time to analyze, but it's interesting to say that our devices today, our software, actually are based on these principles of the brain. Mediated and interactive learning environments are systems which include these two parameters. Learning and environment, they are interrelated, interdependent. So non-linearity, what we call hyperdocument, multimodality, multireferentiality, for instance, flexibility, versatility, respectful learning styles, active participation of learners, video games, all of these mediated devices are actually based on these principles of neuroeducation, because these principles, for instance, of non-linearity, which is the basic principle of multimedia, resembles the structure of the brain, its networks, its intersection, as well as the learning process, since the learner is constantly confronted with periods during which an explosion of knowledge takes place in the composition phases. So the attitude of the user is usually close to that of the learner. We have association of ideas, we have trial and error, trials, error paths, and detours. And we all know the role of video games, for instance, in learning. Of course, there are negative parts, but at the same time, latest studies show that video games help actually develop certain areas of the brain that are essential for everything, from motor skills to orientation within space, memory development, and strategic planning. So how an ideal lesson plan should be if we use these principles of brain-compatible learning? As I said before starting to teach a new learning object, the teacher needs to capture the attention of students to destabilize the senses through novelty, humor, and surprise. And the system in the lower brain is known as a reticular activation system. Filters out stimuli and decides what to pay attention or what to ignore. The limbic system intervenes through the entire learning process. It stimulates a student to desire and to tolerate. So we need to take into consideration this also. Our brain explores the subject by a variety of explicit and implicit methods. We have elaboration, but progress must be made at a slow pace with breaks and pauses. Elaboration, because the mistakes is considered as a bad connection. Learning from mistakes offers the opportunity to weaken bad connections. And memory, because many new inputs are kept in the frontal lobe for shorter memory. It stores information from 5 to 20 seconds. And these inputs will be discarded if are considered as non-important. So the more associations are created in the brain, the more likely it is that the information will be encoded in the long-term memory. And remember here that learners best memorize information presented at the start. The information memorized second is that which is presented at the end of the lesson, and learners rarely memorize information presented in the middle. Repetition, we talked about this, how it is important. And there are several ways to improve memory that include the mental development, quality, or quantity of associations created in the brain. And also this is facilitated by the use of concept maps, which facilitate recall. And remember that learning involves much more than just communication between neurons in a predictable sequences, because it activates more higher order skills at the same time. Neurons activate together. Repetition is a biological effect, involves following stages: solidity of connections, acceleration of information flows, and solidity of synaptic patterns. And as I said before, the codes of neuroscientists that if you don't use it, you will lose it. these connections between neural networks can be established, but they can also weaken and disappear. And this disappearance of connections is called synaptic pruning. Brain deteriorates only when it is not being used. Remember also the functional integration, 4 pillars: attention, active engagement, feedback, automation of knowledge and procedures, how 21st century skills are surprisingly based on these principles. And during the COVID pandemic, I wrote an article which had a great impact all over the world. It's actually a guide to educators about how to cope with the COVID pandemic using these strategies. And here I suggested how it's important to create positive emotions, how to make learning pleasant, because learning is inhibited by threat and is reinforced by challenge. Develop social skills. Social distancing is only physical, it shouldn't lead to isolation. So even during online distance learning, which is considered as boring for students, we can still leverage collaborative platforms such as bulletin boards or chats or blogs or wikis in order to make learning, in order to foster our students' interaction and collaborative skills, to help them develop self-awareness, to help them express their feelings, for instance, and experiences about COVID pandemic, because this is cathartic, create a safe environment because brain insecurity, and adopt appropriate methodology. What is appropriate methodology is what fits best to our students, to their rhythm, to their needs. So thank you very much for your attention. Of course, for any question, I'm here to discuss.
Next introduction, I would like to call Stephen Gomez for welcoming and present the bouquet to our Freedom Movement Committee member, Mr. Santilan Kapilani. Ma'am, next, I request Mr. Mahendra Sharma sir, Mr. Mahendra Sharma sir, to welcome and present the bouquet to Mr. Yograj Rathani sir. Thank you, Yogi sir, Mahendra Sharma sir. Now, I please Dr. Sir to give you about Dr. Chai Singh Pan from School of Management, Management Universities, Canada, Ireland. So please.
Thank you, professors. Good afternoon, all of you. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our guest speaker, Dr. Jai Singh. He is eminent personality in the field of education, presently in the profession, Ratnakoshin International College of Care, Rajmahal University of Technology, Ireland. He has pursued his PhD and MBA from University of South Australia and have more than 30 years experience in renowned institute and University of New York. More than 10 books written by him on various subjects and issues. is also a key predetermined member of many notarial boards all over the world. He has been awarded with many awards till now, and recently he has been awarded by Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan Distinguished Professor Award on September 2021. He has also done many government and university funded research projects. He is also an external examiner of many PhD theses and published more than 294 research papers on various research publications in all of the world. It's an honor that you took the time to listen. I'd like to invite you to for your precious speech.
Thank you, Rachel.
Sir, welcome, sir. Please start your session.
Okay, so let me start my session. This will let you take over. So you have to stop. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. I hope you see my slide now. Okay. Great pleasure to share with you two couple of cases from Thailand on rural community developments and poverty reductions. I think is very important at the present moment. I will look into the poverty reduction and community development from two theories, social psychological theory perspective, which I think is very important for rural community because we are in a group of peoples, and social psychological influence are very important. Our professors, previous professors, great speaker, Professors Rani has already talked about the psychological perspective from the neurosciences, and I will look into the rural community. And the other things that very important is the competence-based theories, which I think it's very important because for rural to sustain their livelihood, the ability to continue doing what they think they are capable of doing, and at the same time presenting a favorable perception to the tourists or the communities and residents or the or wherever stakeholders involved. I think it's very crucial. To do that, there are a lot of ways we can do as a scholars and researchers. For example, we can look into, without knowing in detail what is going on, we can exploit the this bibliometric map. For example, from Elsevier, you can download many articles and processing through the bibliometric maps software. And I was able to derive this map, which has different kinds of color. And one of the colors on the yellow side would be the total policy level, which is the whether the governments impose the policies or the communities in looking into some structural changes of the rural communities as a whole. That would be for rural community in a large scale manners. But when you go into the red colors and those red colors, you will look into that there are a lot of planning, restructurings, and goal-oriented types of processes going on, and which then for rural community it gets into influences the green area, which this green area which has the sustainable developments of the community itself, and then proceed to, once they have a strong sustainable development of their communities or infrastructure, then you can see that it goes into the blue color, which is sustainable livelihood. Whatever things they would like to do, it could be agriculture, it could be tourism. The cases that I'm presenting would be the tourism perspective. And for the tourism perspective, they also have the consumer experience, which is very important in rural areas. So again, I just want to let you, before we get into the cases, there are recent exhibition of Thailand's community development and poverty held this month, early this month, which is in the Thai government complexes. And again, this is what our rural communities project have been done, and they are very systematic, things like that throughout the whole Thailand processes. And basically, resilience and livelihoods are extremely very sustainable livelihoods are extremely very important for rural community, especially we are dealing with a lot of vulnerable environment. COVID is one of them, but I think it's everyone face it. But we are talking about weathers, we are talking about soil degradations and things like that. And competitions in the industries, which also can cause vulnerabilities, inflation rate at the present moment. And in view of all these vulnerabilities context, rural communities look into their nature roles and financials and whatever resources and capital they have to influences both their structures and processes, and also the involving governments. Which then drive their livelihood strategy developments, and therefore induces these livelihood outcomes in a sustainable way. Now, this is basically very well-known input process output framework of the sustainable livelihood framework offered by the departments of for this sustainable livelihood in the in UK, and others people take on this version. Basically, the theory of planned behavior has been used very widely in all over the world for human behaviors, in a sense that their behaviors are being driven by the attitudes and the social influences, and the thing that they feel that they have the ability to drive the behavior, which is the perceived behavior control. Now, if you look into some of these literature reviews in view of sustainable livelihood framework, again, you will not be difficult to understand that people are actually looking into the details of social theory of planned behavior, but not in the explicit sense. Most of the research in the rural communities really lack of theory, especially the social psychological theory. So I'm just putting all this construct into the theory of planned behavior, so that we know that it is a social psychological framework that I think we are researchers and also the policymakers, including the rural communities, should acknowledge and ensure that the social psychological parts are being sustained. So you can people are talking about spiritual, cultural attitude, cultural level. There are actually nothing but attitudes and subjective norms. People are talking about the requisite material situations which are in need for necessary for sustainable development of their livelihood, which again it is really perceived behavioral control, and they subsequently influence the social commercial level, which we are talking about business models or theory of competencies can apply, things like that. So which is a competence-based theory of competition. Again, if you do that, it will deliver sustainable. So sustainability is not only due to the functional capability of the communities, but also have a strong social psychological base and competency base. Now, because I'm going to do some questionnaire surveys of the rural communities members on their efforts. So just for giving you a short, this is a very broad extract concept. But when we get into the empirical data testings, we will therefore need to operationalize in a simple measurable level. So let's look into some simple constructions of the relevant constructs or variables that each of the subjective norms or attitudes or perceived behavior controls or livelihood behaviors can be considered. And in terms of these rural communities, we will look into the social entrepreneurship. So there is a social entrepreneurship strategies, dimension of this rural community development, and based on community-based tourism concept. Of course, rural agriculture is already part of the livelihood, but they want to complement with the community based tourism. So if you look into the social perspective, it will be not difficult to suggest, according to the theory of social, this is competence-based. Competence we're involving with attitudes and all these human capitals and tourism resources and management and entrepreneurship. We are looking into from the competence perspective, the innovation business model. And interceptions of that would lead to sustainability impact, which again, this is one way of developing your construct. You can look at it, you can develop your construct from many different ways, slowly developing your literature reviews, or you can go into interviews or observations, or just the derivations of all of them in combination in view of the theory that I just proposed. This is the theory of planned behavior. I will look into that. Seems like I'm just presenting you the competence-based perspective for the construct. Well, if you look into the competence-based perspective of the construct, it would not be very difficult to really see the parallel between balanced scorecard, which is back in early 1990s, 20s. People are using the measurements to drive their performances, and then slowly after 2000s, business circles are looking into the concepts of business model canvas to help them understand the logics of business deliverables. And I'm just trying to interact and demonstrate that there is this competence-based theory of competitions that really are in parallel to this balanced scorecard concepts of Harvard Business School and also the business model concept. Now, in balanced scorecard concept, very important thing is that if you want to drive your business to sustainability, to performance at a financial level, customers need to really actively delight it, and that is driven by business processes and also driven by the way your companies can grow. But and if you look into the business model concept, there are similar 4 perspectives which are really in tune with that, and the growth would be the value creations and sources, and processes would be the value production. You produce the value, and then you deliver to the customers, and you capture the value from different perspectives. And then from the competence perspective, you can see that there are various different types of competences. Well, we don't look into competency in the sense of being able to master at individual competence level. I'm just looking into the bigger scales of the competence level, not a competency level. So there are many different types of domains of competences that the business or rural communities needs to emphasize, and I highlight these 2. One of them is just the growth-oriented competences, things that they can help them to grow. And that competences meanings that they need to demonstrate through their attitudes and behavior and the belief systems and human capital and so on and so forth. As you see, tourism resources and management that are considered as perceived behavioral control from the social theory of planned behavior perspective. And that growth-oriented competencies therefore are able to ensure that the CBT, community-based tourism business model competencies, which is bridging between the supply side and the demand side through the values of the tourists and together deliver the sustainability impact. And the overall ability to deal with that is demonstrated through the structural equations modeling or the evidences that they are able to connect one to another. And that is the capabilities of the entire rural community. So there are differences between capabilities and competencies in the sense that you can look into the literature review. So capabilities can also be understood from here, from various perspectives. It is the ability to execute it. It is not only the concept, and that is called capability. And the second thing is alignment between each others. So there is alignment functioning as a whole, the strategic, how strategic and operational elements fit together in a system theory perspective. And consistencies, alignment is very, very important, and that demonstrates that we are able to deliver the core value proposition. And key elements are integrated to drive the growth and sustainability, and not only alignment and coordination and alignment. So it is very important that it is only also goal-oriented, not only the coordination's alignment. Alignment is more than, it has a directional perspective. And more in strategy or process matter, again, it has cultural implication and growth implication. So that again, this is just to capture a snapshot of what capability is. You can we can have time to look into that in the future. Theory of predictive behavior, again, because I'm going to demonstrate empirical evidences, 2 questionnaires available, same rural community from competence and theory of predictive behavior. You could look at it as exploratory, but it has a strong explanatory power. And it can lead to many different future experimentations or future effort. Theory of predictive behavior, again, on the same interactions of these 3 Venn diagram, you will see that attitude, civil participation, the stakeholders, community loyalties are very important, and some of the simple pricings and promotion in the business model, saying logistical and telecommunication infrastructure, performance monitoring, and so on and so forth. And if you look into putting into a structural conceptual framework that I can therefore I can survey, you can see that the social theory of predictive behavior has attitude into towards the CBT, community-based tourism identity, loyalties, which is a very good cohesion and synergistic power of the community that demonstrate that there are any gaps of differentiations or equity theory perspective, and there are perceived behavioral control where they think that they are in control of whatever CBT they are doing, and that is called the prerequisite requirements are the performance monitoring, gaps analysis, and the involvements of governments and other stakeholders from external, helping them, and of course the logistic and telecommunication infrastructures that are that they really need to in order to do a good CBT. And once those things are ready, it will influences the way they manage their CBT in terms of business model. And the first thing, as I have already expressed, is community development, and those are all developed from this simple Venn diagram. And community development for CBT will then drive the value management and the way the price and do promotion, and in terms together sustain the achievement from economics, culture, social, environment perspective. So you can see that there are these are all the fundamental requisite activities of alignments. For example, if you look into literature, what are the requisite elements for alignments? I have already explained that direction, things like that, but informing is very important. It informs where they are and what they are interested in, and the goal orientation, which I have just explained. The monitoring is very important. That is where alignment is. You cannot align without monitoring, and that is like blinding. And capability development is the ensuring this alignment. So again, you can do the alignment from various perspectives. That is where capability is all about. So it emphasizes, if you look into this perspective of these attitudes and communities into this business model, it's not only a simple one-to-one relationship, but you can see that tourist experiences is something tourists take away, and something, and not something that a community deliver, is something that a tourist take away, but it is more than that. What is underneath the surface of the tourist value proposition is what rural community really stands for and believe in, and that is what attitudes and loyalty is all about. So it's not only a simple direct cause and effect. There is a reasons why attitudes and loyalties are very, very fundamentally very important for rural communities, not only because they need to drive the business model for in the sense of livelihood, but because they themselves is part of this tourist value proposition. So let me quickly get into the cases, which will come very quickly to the end, because my presentation, although many pages, but my speech is pretty fast, also be okay. The Hill Tribes cases, coffee and tea-based livelihood through community-based tourism, you see that there are a lot of logistical issues, which I have just demonstrated, and the community development, there are various perspectives, such as on the coffee testing, and there are tourist value management perspective, where you can manage the tourist experiences, whether quality experiences, effective experiences, behavioral experiences, sensory experiences, which professors running just talk about, the sensory influences the brain. And if you look into this competency from the growth orientations all the way to influences the various different levels of business model, the business processes, and the customer's perspective, which then deliver the performances. And if you look into explicitly observation, you can also see that there are a lot of growing and where they get trainings and experimentations and developing the testing the coffee and which soil conditions and weather conditions and also the layout and so on and so forth, and together with other environments and their internal business processes for quality controls and testings and delivery to the customers and how the customers experiences and felt that they're really enjoyed and truly understanding what rural community is, and this is part of their future tourism plans, and therefore they can sustain the ecological needs and whatever. And again, the way we do is that if you want to get a tourist theory of planner behavior to behavior, not only the attitude itself, but I think the understanding the tourist experience is very important. So I added on with the research on tourist experiences expectations before we study the research from the rural perspective. So I take an extra step to understand what the tourists really think about it, and the tourists basically feel that they are satisfying and really learn and has forms a strong cognitive various perspective of cognitive images and driven the tourist value proposition really come from the vibrancy and the competency levels of the community, where they can learn competencies of the businesses of the rural community, and appreciating what CBT is all about. And Humanities, an idea of how they themselves as a tourist into whatever lifestyles and personality threat that fit in with the rural communities. And the tour guides are very, very important. These are the tour guides here, and the qualities of the destination. So once we know this, then we can discuss with the communities and see how these tourist values are really in alignment with that. And that would again this empirical structures modeling really just demonstrated that a very strong power explanations was able to explain according to the theory of social theory, socio-psychological theory that I just explained, which is has a strong tourist perception, which come from the empirical studies of the tourist perception. So again, these two really matches very well. Now, in terms of this is the theory of parental behavior questionnaire and of the SAM rural committee. It looks very good according to the concepts that I just explained. And if you look into the competency level again, the growth competences, the growth-oriented competences, and the CBT business model competences, you'll see that again a very strong explanation of these logics of what I have just explained, and all this technical issue. And so you can see that the cultural impact, positive culture, positive social impact, positive environmental impact of the community. And so in conclusion, a hybrid theory of parental behavioral competence-based theories really is a very, very important and significant advantage platforms where you can make use of not only the competencies, but also ensuring the competency, but also ensuring that there is a social psychological base and improve the degree of commitment and quality of the work because of the competencies and the psychological perspective towards the livelihood development. So a broad-based, again, a broad-based bibliometric map is also very useful all the times for researchers because they can give you a general pictures on the general perspectives of what research is covering. You can zoom in and zoom out depending on the types of emphasis that you want, types of the direction, the types of variables, or the types of phenomena do you want to study. So it's a very flexible tool, and you can change your keywords so that your bibliometric studies can also reveal different types of structures, and so structuring and functioning are two very important things that the professors running already talked about in brain facilitation. So thank you very much, Professor Ajay, and thank you very much for inviting me and having the opportunity to share part of my research with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor.
Danila Nikohan presents the Economic Institute, Federal University of Russia, East.
The experience of more than 7 years in higher education institutions of Russia, France, and India. The key areas are world economics, international marketing, and management. He has taught macroeconomics in area of investment too. He has worked with students from different cultural backgrounds and she is effective in groups of students. She was an interpreter from English and French into Russian regularly in the places she worked. And she has created syllabus for Russian language for beginners and advanced level students. And having almost 20 research papers published in national and international journals. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, students. Glad to see I like your writing. Cheerful and happy, even in this national conference. Okay, when I was chosen topic to discuss, I decided to choose something to discuss what would be familiar to everyone. Okay, so I would like to discuss today the relation between our facts. Since last 2 years, and you know, that in the last 2 years we faced all facing century confidence. We have faced pandemic, we have faced jail, imprisonment, we have faced the lack of communication of real life, being stuck now with immigration, maybe someone faced or after domestic violence. And as a result, you can see the crisis, the refugee crisis, moving at the beginning of the World War III in Eastern Europe. And you can see, as you can tell us, of changes in the world, mostly happened the war in Ukraine. Despite a lot of people support this event because it causes a lot of changes. I would like to say that war is, I would like to work on general. Mr. David. He participated in many wars, including war in Afghanistan, and he told that all the victims are absolute mentally disordered because at the end, it doesn't matter how long the war lasts. Politicians will speak and sides. So, as a current situation, I would like to tell that India is doing the feeling too. So, if we talk overall about countries of Greece, when it appeared in 2006, also that this organization can not exist for a long time because India and China, Russia and Brazil, South Africa later were common to them both. But we can observe India now is the fifth economy of the world. Geopolitical relations between China and India and Russia are really strong and they are really strengthened in order to get new world order, change environment creation when traditional economic power of Western boundaries are changing. So if not everyone knows what is Greece, here we can see that these are boundaries only 5 countries. India, Russia, China, Brazil, and South Africa, plus after August 2020, Southern Europe, Iran and Argentina also invited 15%, and it's feasible that all countries are getting united, and these stereotypes that all the Western countries, industry and understanding that institutions that are power are the time. One of highlights that this year India became the biggest economy of the world. And one of the best examples why here, despite of being happy, of being cheerful, and being positive, doing what the country right is really important. Because ladies, that a person of Indian origin always begins like this of almost beginning. Let's say I don't start friends. That CEOs of the most companies, of the most strong companies in the world are people of Indian origin or former Indian citizens. So it shows that your way of development is much more effective. It is silent expansion. Without war, without any attacks, without foreign relations, Indian nowadays becomes a really strong economy that can be whether can take decisions without taking into consideration opinion of other countries and not being afraid to be unessential. After war started, our country was absolutely careful province. Yes, we can't use our debit cards nowhere. No one wants to buy our gas. No one wants to buy business without the phone and so on. So it's very difficult to be but nevertheless, professionals you see India decided to support us with that, purchasing to buy some shares in two companies that were left by the Western companies and so on. And more open even the voice wasn't raised to tell India support. Because even when such a discussion appeared, Minister of Foreign Affairs continued on. I have my own nation with their own. And I don't want to be interviewed in any ACD case. Thank you, students. Yes, I have my nation with their own. Here I can see, here I can show what the more. After international preparations, was always that they cannot stay in our country for terrorism for a long time. Totally cheap. Here I'm going to show it's not feasible here, but where I will find them. I guess you know the Starbucks. They changed their logo. They came to work now it's the bottom market and the girl with the show. Yeah, the thank you. Do I show up again?
Present again.
Is it? I don't know. So the last day of preparations, found the very good solution, not to put the together part. They changed overs. They changed a little bit titles, but they want to sell their products. So Starbucks instead of branding looks like a girl in traditional trade. McDonald's is called Muslim Georgia and came for our country. Same with Coca-Cola. And another example actually that shows that India is moving really well post-industrial revolution, where development is very good marketing representation of different traffic movements. Maybe you prefer it's a very good example. Very often I tell my students about the access bank campaign, how many you are. It's about keep the presentation feels open. That they're very comfortable with all type of relations and the gender representation. Next, it's very positive advertising where we can see people with extra needs in advertising, like it is not a restriction to have a normal full life. It's not a restriction to have access to the person. Like with the payments, I want that the Indian advertising men are not represented as disabled or mentally special people who cannot manage physical tasks. It's not available with the father who is young storage there. And that if you are old in the old devices, it's not the end of your life. So all of these examples of traffic, I think it's the most different example of full representation of all types of audiences and the type of bodies that we can see. It's good to learn. The next one. It was a short overview about our regulations. Usually, when we speak, when we speak about relations in Greece, it's very often highlighted that India and Russia have never been big partners, have never been key partners. But now this new era starts, and it's never been that relations between our countries were dark with wars or any other conflict or misunderstanding. So this is probably the best part. Also nowadays, what I'm going to talk to last but not least, it's about problem of resources and sustainable development. The more that planning and focus in general, my background now reduced to 10 minutes. If you have short glances, you will get more like you want. And in the resort just now, it's not how to then especially because a lot of events are very new, a lot of events are very unobservable, and we can collect so much data. But still we try to make some conclusions and to strengthen our relations. Around 3 years ago, I did research that was showing that the more sanctions against Russia are required, the stronger the bilateral relations between India and my country are happening. And I'm sure that I was right. Okay, actually, it's very nice that you invited me. It's really pleasant to be here, and I like all everything that started from the decoration process. Thank you that you have. I took your time. Thank you so much, ma'am. Before we get started the conference, the national conference, I would like to express my gratitude toward all the international conference speakers who sincerely contributed to this event. Knowledge is power, information is liberating, education is the premise of progress in every society, in every family. Now, I am glad to invite Vidya Chand ma'am, Assistant Professor of our college, Faculty of Management, for introducing our national guest and speaker, Dr. Pradeep Jain sir, had training and placement cell, State University in Indore.
Vidya ma'am. Pradeep sir. Due to unavailability of Vidya ma'am. Now, it will now be done of Mr. Hitesh Jungli sir to introduce Dr. Moshmi Datta, ma'am, Professor of Geography, Principal at Mandala College, Mumbai.
Thank you. The kind of book you read, the kind of
बोल रहे हैं कि नहीं बोल रहे हैं?
the kind of people you read, and the kind of thoughts you listen, all together decide the kind of history you become. Ladies and gentlemen, all the dignitaries on the dais and valued guests, it's my tremendous honor to introduce our guest of honor in today's international conference. We are indeed privileged to have noted educationist and eminent writer Dr. Moshmi Datta as our guest. Dr. Datta is MSc and MBA. She has done a PhD in 2 subjects, geography and management.
इंदौर के ही हैं, कोई एक सनावत वनावत का भी है?
At present, she is professor and principal at Nagita Standwala College in Mumbai. Professor Datta has
तेज के ही हैं एक आदमी.
co-written 8 books, 2 reference books and textbooks. She has done several research projects and presented several papers in
करवाओ भाई.
in India.
उल्टी दे रहे पेपर. अरे 15-20 पेपर तो इसी में ही हो गए. धर्मेंद्र बिरला.
She has done several research projects and presented several various renowned papers in various universities in India, UK, and USA. Dr. Datta has probably organized more than 30 conferences, workshops, and training programs. She is live member with 7 national conference bodies. Dr. Datta has been awarded with Best Ensemble Faculty Award in 2012 by DET, Best Research Award in 2013 by DET, for contribution to research in 2013 by Indus Foundation USA, National Building Award in 2020 by Rotary Club, the Excellent IQSC Coordinator in 2022, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Moshmi Datta. And please share your work for different years. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I'd like to thank the chief patrons, the convener, organizing secretary, the RFI officers, the international guests for inviting me for a talk here. Although my talk will be a very short one, but I would like to bring out certain facts which we have experimented in my institution about the perception of students about online education. And I'm sure This small pilot study, the talk which has been created from a small pilot study, will definitely bring out a very good outcome, which can be implanted many places. So I will be sharing my screen and I'll quickly go through the experiments which has been carried on and share the conclusion. If you can allow me to present the screen. My screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. So I will quickly go through that. Like after pandemic, we have gone through this. Online education. So I will quickly go through the experiment, and we will try to find out what is the students' perception about online education. Now, a small backdrop in India, especially for the international guests. Especially for the international guests who are there around us, and in India, more than 10 million COVID-19 cases have been recorded till date. And India stands second when the number of COVID-19 affected people are counted, and the United States stood first. But though we find that the first official case of COVID-19 was recorded on 30th January 2020, but the country declared the lockdown from 24th March 2020. Now, when we go through several documents of COVID, we find that it is the migrants, generally it is the migrants who were impacted the most by the pandemic. But several studies and several researchers tell us that even the education system was also worse hit. In fact, all education institutions were temporarily closed from March 2020, and the schools especially were about to end the ongoing year of 2019-20. Now, though temporary, the lockdown has affected the Indian education system. That goes without saying. So that is the main reason why this research was taken up, why we wanted to know that how students are really, not only students, teachers and students both found it very difficult. The teachers had to learn new technology. Delivery of the curriculum was very difficult initially. So this talk of mine will actually give a right picture that how the online education has really impacted the students and the teachers at all. Now, when I started preparing for today's speech, I just wanted to have a review of literature and try to find out who else have also studied about how this online education has impacted the students or not. I hardly found any study in India, but we had found one study by Alma Hassi in the year 2021. He studied in Jordan. He carried out our research with 50 teachers and 280 students, and he rightly said that Zoom and Microsoft Teams were the most commonly used platform for online teaching, and WhatsApp was actively used for communicating. He also pointed out that this online system of teaching was very challenging for specially able students. It was also very challenging for the students who were coming from poor economic background and they could not afford a mobile phone or a laptop at home. In 2020, Gonzalez, he also studied about the impact of online education, especially for autonomous institutions. He studied this in Spain, and he said that there were many students who initially were not studying continuously, but with online education, they had started, it has become a continuous habit to study because they wanted to improve their efficiency. Similarly, UNESCO in 2020 said that definitely education system was impacted due to COVID-19, but even the diet and nutrition was also affected. So very few studies we found, but I wanted to have a base when I really carried on this experiment. My main research objective was to understand the students' perception about teaching learning process in the pre-COVID area. And I wanted to understand the changes and how we can develop it. The research methodology was divided into 3 parts: pre-field, on-field, and post-field. Now, in pre-field, what did I do? In pre-field review of literature, as I said, I designed the questionnaire through Google Forms. And then on-field, the sample size was very small because this was a pilot study of 686 students only. And the technique was snowball sampling system I did, and marks were also seen when I was trying to prove my hypothesis, and then I used SPSS as well. Now, if I directly go to the analysis, for which I think the participants are more interested in it. And now, I asked them about the platforms which they preferred during curriculum, for curriculum delivery to the 686 students, and 79% said that they preferred Google Meet. I tried to analyze why did they prefer Google Meet. Maybe because there's an option of Google Classroom, due to which they can upload their notes, they can upload their assignments. There is whiteboard facility where the teachers can draw and explain the concepts. The second most wanted one was Microsoft Teams. When I asked them about the duration of lecture, what was the duration of the lecture they prefer? Now, majority, 77% of the students said that they prefer lectures which is less than 1 hour. That is quite accepted because, you know, what happens, the attention limit is not more for the students. So I think less than 1 hour is fair enough. However, the students belonging to PG section, more professional sections, they preferred that there should be more than 1 hour so that a certain concept can be over. I asked them whether the teachers used visuals or not in online mode. This was very, very surprising to me, where 54.4% students said that only sometimes the teachers who were teaching in online mode, they were showing the visuals, and 40.5% showed them always. So this was somewhere I felt that we as faculty should improve ourselves, because curriculum, when it is delivered through online mode, only talking, you know, we are not radio jockeys, only talking will not help the purpose. We have to show them visuals so that the concepts can become much more clearer. Again, when I asked the students that what was the level of understanding, whether they understood better in offline mode or better in online mode, 37% said that they were neutral. That means they could not understand which one was better, About the preferences of teaching learning, 40% said that they want offline lectures. So you see, offline lecture, though it is in a traditional mode, students preferred offline lectures. Online lectures became a compulsion during the pandemic, but they have realized there are certain drawbacks of the online lecture. And when students' choice were asked, everyone can see my screen. When student choice were asked, they said that it is a traditional system which they preferred the most. I asked them a very, very common question, that whether they would like to go back to the pattern of offline lectures only, which happened before the lockdown times. They said no. This I started analyzing why so. This can happen because with online lectures, students get a freedom to do other things. Also, maybe this can be a reason they don't want it 100% offline. And when I asked them whether they think that pandemic lockdown has affected the quality of teaching learning, mind it, my friends, 74.6% said that definitely it has impacted. whereas 25%, they were not interested. They denied it. When I was trying to find a relationship whether online education and anxiety were related to each other, through statistics, it was proved that online education and anxiety were related to each other. There were many students who were really facing the problem of anxiety due to online education. And not only that, online education to some students also led to performances. So if we try to understand from this small pilot study, we find that 79% said that they prefer Google Meet. 77% said that they need lectures less than 1 hour. 54.4% said that visuals were shown only sometimes, which should have been 100%. 37.2% of the students were neutral about understanding of the curriculum. They really could not make out which one was better. 40.2% prefer offline mode of education. And respondents, the students always prefer traditional classrooms, and 74.6% of the students said that pandemic has affected the teaching learning, which is something to be really noted. So what are the recommendations? I feel after this that faculty training, how to develop better online lecture has to be given to the faculty, because they should know the real tactics of providing online education. Not only that, even student training is also needed. We have to understand it is the combined effort of the faculty and the student which is required for effective usage on online platforms. Some students do not understand maybe in online. They take time. For them, extra remedial lectures have to be given. The quality, and all of us, we know that the quality has been affected in the online mode, and that is why we have to come back to offline mode. And the student should be made to realize that they should attend the offline lectures as well. So in conclusion, we can say that after this study, we can rightly say that maximum students prefer offline education, and considerable number are not sure whether they really like offline lectures or online lectures. But it can be so that some of the students have already taken up a job, they're doing some other remunerative activities. So I think that after the study, online and offline lectures side by side should be carried on for proper curriculum delivery. And the teachers and the students need to be trained how to make this online education much more effective. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your words of wisdom on the topic. Students' perception of online teaching in the post-COVID era. And pretty much know that it will make a lot of difference.
Thank you very much. I think your voice is breaking. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, sir. My request, Richard and ma'am, for introducing our national guest and speaker, Dr. Pradeep Jain, sir.
It's very hard to introduce this one. Very afternoon, very long. It's a matter of immense pride for us that we all have Dr. Pradeep Jain here. Let me give you all a brief introduction of our guest. He is PhD in management. He is
a poor-providing graduate of State University Law. He is head of training and administration, administration cell, branding and promotion cell at State University Law. He is a renowned investigator and he also published several research papers in national and international journals and 3 patents also. He is a life coach. He has transformed more than 10,000 students' lives through his more than 300 annual patents and various training and research activities. He also won many awards throughout the month. Dr. Pratik Chand received TPO of the Year Award 2022 by Universal Masters and New Delhi. He also won Golden Peacock Award as one of the best 4 group members of the Sage Group. He also contributes in social activities. He is the President of Rajat Group. He is Cultural Secretary of International Forward and Samajik Punch. He is Organizer Secretary of Jan Social Group. So please welcome our guest, Dr. Pratik Chand, with big round of applause, please. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank you, Reva Gujar, our leaders and Patrice Navar. आदरणीय प्रेस साहब को भी प्रेसिडेंट जिन्होंने बहुत अच्छी वर्कशॉप करवाई। मैं भी गवर्नमेंट डॉक्टर सनावल हूँ, तो मुझे बड़ा गर्व है कि सनावल में आज मुझे ऐसे गेस्ट आपने स्पीकर बुलाया है। यहाँ पे बहुत सारे मैडम मुझे पढ़ाया है, तो रियली प्राउड फॉर मी। थैंक्स टू रिसर्च फाउंडेशन ऑफ इंडिया फॉर देम सेलिब्रेशन सो सर फॉर गिविंग वंडरफुल वर्कशॉप तो फ्रेंड्स हियर एट सनावल, including international speakers among us, national speakers with us. Some people have watching us online or on my dear community members and students. Yes, we talked about recent trends. So, what do you think of recent trends? जैसे कि आपने देखा कि आपको स्टूडेंट्स में जैसे यहाँ पे लाइक वी हैव स्टार्टेड वहां से शुरू हो गई यहाँ पे आ गए बिकॉज़ यू आर एबल टू सी हाउ देयर सो दिस इज द रिसेंट ट्रेंड्स कि वर्ल्ड में ये हो रहा है कि जो भी कोई नई चीज आती है पीपल पूरा वर्ल्ड उसके तरफ भागता है कि ये चीज हम अडॉप्ट करें और रिसेंट ट्रेंड्स को अडॉप्ट करने के लिए चाहे वो टेक्नोलॉजी में हो चाहे वो बिहेवियर्स हो कि प्रोडक्ट और प्रोसेस में चेंजेस हो जाते हैं समय के साथ साथ प्रोडक्ट्स बदल जाते हैं जैसे कि पहले आपने देखा एक टेलीफोन हुआ करता था जिसको कैसे डायल करते थे बात करते थे कौन से स्मार्टफोन आए मोबाइल फोन आए और टेक्नोलॉजी चेंज होती गई अडॉप्शन चेंज होते गए वे ऑफ टीचिंग मेथोडोलॉजी चेंज होती गई उसको हम समय में अडॉप्ट करते हैं डिफरेंट ट्रेंड्स जो भी आ रहे हैं और तो अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं बस हमें समय के साथ चलना है वर्ल्ड के साथ चलना है कुछ चीजें अपग्रेड हो जाती है पुरानी हो जाती है काम को करने का तरीका बदल जाता है जो और स्टूडेंट्स अपना बैकग्राउंड इन कॉमर्स एंड साइंसेस सो because I have really changes never been this is the purpose of the conference to understand these changes and how changes like because earlier the age of was knowledge based and now it's age of technology based so whatever the learnings we are having it totally depends on the technology के बाद चीजों को सीख रहे हैं टेक्नोलॉजी के बाद चीजें चेंज हो रही है about the banking culture it has been at times changed just because of technology the processes on e-commerce has been adopted mobile banking has been adopted so ये जो research changes हो रहे हैं these are the trends we have to follow them जो हम इसका culture बदल रहा है selection process आज बदल रहे हैं when we talk about human resource management तो reduce की practice change होती जा रही है लेकिन सोशल मीडिया में भी काफी सारे रिक्रूटमेंट्स काफी सारे रिज्यूम्स राइट्स को ढूंढना बहुत आसान होता जा रहा है And if you are not going to adapt these recently changes, world will not going to help you out. समय के साथ आपको चीजें बदलनी पड़ेगी, जो भी नया कल्चर आ रहा है, नया जो ट्रेंड आ रहा है, उसको आपको अडॉप्ट करना पड़ेगा. When we talk about blockchains, cryptocurrency, these are the big trends. We can say the marketing, entire marketing has been shifted to the digital marketing. 2020 has losing their got the field of marketing. Segmentation हो गया है, आजकल बहुत सारा फोकस किया जाता है कि कस्टमर के ऊपर और everybody is available online. These are the changes, क्योंकि major changes हुए हैं कि research as marketing changes को adopt करें. And whatever the research we do, आप what is the informing जब एनालिसिस हम करेंगे तो आप देखेंगे कि आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस के बाद में आपको क्या फायदा हुआ या आपने क्या सीखा डायरेक्टली आई वुड लाइक टू से देयर आर थ्री वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स फॉर यू टू लर्न माय डियर स्टूडेंट्स कि आपको अपने लाइफ में रिसर्च करना है, लाइफ में आपको कुछ करना है तो आपको सिर्फ तीन बातों का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट तरीके से ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा कि आप लाइफ में करना क्या चाहते हैं, क्यों करना चाहते हैं और कैसे करना चाहते हैं. What to do, why to do, and how to do. These are the three important things. Basically, when I was a student, I was sitting over there और मैं ये थॉट करता था कि यार चाहे मैं एक समाज का कोई कार्यक्रम हो या कोई सुपर कॉलेज में कोई कार्यक्रम हो तो जब भी बेसिकली आते थे स्टेज पे बैठते थे अपने सब कोऑपरेट करते थे हम लोग कार्य करते थे. आई वाज थिंकिंग ऑफ यार मुझे यहाँ वहां से यहाँ आना है, मुझे कुछ पर्पस मिला लाइफ में, क्या अपने कुछ मेहनत करनी है तो मेरे सक्सेस पाने के लिए हम घंटों मेहनत करनी पड़ती है, सदियों की तपस्या करनी पड़ती है, वर्षों तक तपस्या करनी पड़ती है और जब तक आपको लाइफ में सक्सेस मिलती है तो आपके पास सबसे बड़ी चीज तो पर्पस होना चाहिए कि मैं करूँ क्यों, व्हाई टू स्टडी, पढ़ाई क्यों करूँ, नई चीज क्यों सीखूं. यदि यू व्हाट दिस पर्पस, द पर्पस then your learning capacity will be strong. आप अपने आप में बदलाव महसूस करेंगे कि इतनी एनर्जी मेरे अंदर कहाँ से आ गई, इतना मैं तो इतना डेडिकेटेड थी ना, इतना डेडिकेटेड कैसे हो गया, बिकॉज़ पर्पस वाज अपना पर्पस स्ट्रांग रखें. एक नौकरी पाने का अपना पर्पस रखेंगे तो एक नौकरी मिल जाएगी, एक काम जिंदगी चल जाएगी. यदि आप सोचेंगे कि आप फॉर माय फैमिली फॉर माय सोसाइटी आपको कंट्रीब्यूट फॉर माय नेशन but the purpose will be strong, purpose will be clear, your life will be beautiful, more of beautiful figure. Yes. मुझे करना क्या है? There are n number of tasks. आप किस चीज में अच्छे हैं? आपको ये देखना है कि मेरे अंदर क्या खूबी है, मेरे अंदर से आपको 70% से
Yes.
Next, I look forward
Another most importantly said, the first mistake is to establish that something is possible. Then opportunity is wrong. With this wonderful lines, I would like to call Mr. Gopal Nagar for introducing our honorable guest, Dr. Deepak Agrawal.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I look forward for the visit of Dr. Vishnu Vishwar sir for introducing Dr. Pratik Ranjan Mudikar sir. Dr. Vishnu Vishwar sir, please sir, come on stage.
Thank you, madam. आज बड़े सुभाष की बात है कि मुझे डॉक्टर प्रतीक रंजन उंगेकर सर जी का परिचय देने का मौका मिला है। सर जो है एक साइंटिस्ट है, ऑथर है, पब्लिशर है। सर के 750 जो सर को 750 से अधिक अंतरराष्ट्रीय प्राप्त है। सबसे कम उम्र में विकसित करने वाले एक्सपर्ट भी है। सर ने 8000 विद्यार्थियों को अपना अध्यापन कार्य करवाया है और 1000 से अधिक विद्यार्थियों को मार्गदर्शन भी प्रदान किया है। सर को विस्डम की प्रोफेसर विस्डम की उपाधि प्राप्त है। ऐसे बहुमुखी प्रतिभा के धनी व्यक्तित्व के मन को अपने अपने पास पर श्री रामकृष्ण महाविद्यालय गोलवार के मंसूर कर रहा है। मैं सबसे निवेदन करता हूँ कि सर ऑनलाइन स्पीच दें।
Thank you, sir. Pratik Ranjan Mudikar sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, audible. Welcome, sir.
Okay, so thank you so much for your kind introduction, and I would like to congratulate Research Foundation of India, Dr. Ajay Jain, and all the entire team for inviting me here. And I'll begin with my topic: new trends in science education within the 21st century skills perspective. So today we are facing more problems in real world that we live. So these problems can be illustrated such as climate change, new terminal diseases, natural disasters, and so on. To be able to solve those mentioned problems, we must firstly know our world. So science and science education makes this possible for people. Human needs science when he or she is born. At that time, his or her lungs fill with oxygen and starts to cry. As it can be understood from this scientific event, we are not strangers to science. Herein, a question is very significant to be learned: science in 21st century. Many indications shows us student science knowledge level. For instance, Program for International Student Assessment, which is PISA, and trains in International Mathematics and Science Study, which is TIMSS. Results give us deep information about countries' level in the scope of science education. So here I begin with 21st century skills and science education. So education systems have been changing in accordance with the changes in science and its disciplines. So the partnership for 21st century skills defines 21st century skills as a critical thinking, collaborating, communication, and creativity. So National Research Council defines these 21st century skills are their non-routine problem solving, self-development, systematic thinking, adaptability, and complex communication skills. Adds innovation, employability, and efficiency in working within the scope of 21st century skills. So today we have been talking about Industry 4.0, and it can be taught as smart industry since its philosophy. So its elements are big data and analytics, autonomous models, simulation, horizontal vertical system integration, additive manufacturing, augmented reality, the cloud, industrial internet of things, and cybersecurity. So these are seen that they are directly related to technology, and to be able to achieve success in those fields, 21st century skills, are more attention. So World Economic Forum in 2020 states that technological change is happening faster than before. So according to research, if it is right, in 2020, the rate of automation looks like 42%, and in 2025, it will be for 52% of total workforce. So to summarize the science of learning as it relates to teaching and learning 21st century skills, and suggested general courses that other education system may apply to move towards similar outcomes. So these are make it relevant, teach, taught the discipline, simultaneously develop lower and higher order thinking skills, encourage transference learning, teach students to learn, address misunderstanding directly, understand that teamwork is an outcome and promote learning, exploit technology to support learning, and foster students' creativity. So World Economic Forum states that there have been similarities across industries when looking at increasingly strategic and increasingly redundant job roles. So it also estimates that by 2025, 85% jobs might be displaced by a change in the division of labor between humans and machines. 97 million new roles may emerge that are more adapted to the new division of labor between humans, machines, and algorithms. So it is also seen that those given jobs are directly related with the Industry 4.0 fields and STEAM as well. So those given jobs are needed to work in collaboration efficiently when a problem occurs. So in an efficient team working, it is able to create a solution of problem, because it is not so easy to find a solution by just a person in 21st century. Systems, machines, content of them are not simple today. So these reasons take us to think much more about 21st century skills. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So efficient science teaching and learning methods within 20th and 21st century. Now there have been using some kind of educational teaching and learning methods and techniques. So 4 of them is given, which I would like to explain is problem solving based learning, project based learning, inquiry based learning, and STEM education. So first is problem solving based learning. So one of the most significant method is problem solving based learning approach, which is first applied in case university medical school in US in the 1950s, and then nearly 30 years ago it was started to be practiced in a remarkable few medical schools. So problem solving learning constitutes one of the most important applications of constructivist learning environments. So, it is taught as a strong classroom process that motivates students in defining the problem, directs them to research concepts, provides a collaborative work environment, increases communication skills, use real world problems, and a strategy that includes educational strategies that include problem solving, research, and event based learning. So the important thing in all of these different strategies is that students who are in the process of answering some questions and solving some problems are successful. Next is project based learning. So project based learning is a typical of collaborative inquiry based learning engagement of students, and in this PBL, project based learning, enables students work together to resolve a given problem, create a product, and later assess both project output and the process. Next is inquiry. Learning with learners having more responsibility for their learning process. And last is STEM education. So STEM education has been mentioned in the 2000s, first 10 years. It is seen that there can be given some STEM explanations. So, Gonzi, these were two scientists, states that the term STEM education refers to teaching and learning in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So STEM are viewed as a separate domain of knowledge connected together mainly for the role they play in the job market of the 21st century global world. So, Atkinson, he was a scientist, in 2018 states that teachers would need to know the natures of the disciplines they are to teach. But if they have not been successful in the past in helping teachers better conceptualize nature of science as well as teach it, how can we help them better conceptualize all these four disciplines plus the connections among them, and then teach these ideas to students? So these points are critical to teach STEM cells, the STEMs to the students. So there are 4 points: knowledge, attitude, and skills to identify questions and real-world problems and to explain evidence-based results about STEM-based issues. Second is understanding of the fundamental features of STEM disciplines. Third is awareness of how STEM disciplines shape our material, intellectual, and cultural environments. And lastly, voluntarily engage in STEM issues in accordance with the 21st century skills. So it is necessary to mention the relationship between STEM education and 21st century skills in revealing the future of science education. So now science education in 21st century. So what is that? So, experiments like from face-to-face to online. So science experiments are significant for learning science in science courses. So students learn science process skills via science experiments in laboratories. So these skills are titled under basic science process skills and integrated science skills. Basic skills, science skills are observing, measuring, classifying, communicating, interfering, predicting. So integrated science skills are controlling variables, defining operationally, formulating hypotheses, interpreting data, experimenting, and formulating models. So experiments have been using for decades to teach scientific concepts to students in laboratories, like glass material, microscope, slide, cover slip, cylinder, plant models, then DNA model, and many concrete tools are used in laboratories during science experiments. To be able to learn science experiments have much significant, but it is also known that some schools may not have well-equipped laboratories to set up a laboratory can be expensive. In this age, we are in different, different laboratories are needed. Within this perspective, there can be seen some applications have been developed to be used in virtual laboratories doing, doing science experiments. So in these labs, virtual and augmented reality issues are mostly used. So to illustrate this, I would like to give one example, which is, scientific concepts are taught with this project. So, which is called Go Lab. So digital interactive experiments from scientific fields like chemistry, biology, and physics, engineering, maths, technology, astronomy are implemented by students under guidance by their teachers. Students are able to create chemical reactions by using given matters, measure their weight via digital scales, and can formulate the reaction and reveal results. So students and research think themselves as they are in classes while conducting experiments. So both students and teachers must not be at the laboratories while conducting experiments in science course. So augmented and virtual reality based experiments support students within the some aspects. Students have more opportunity to access scientific experiments, and they must not use dangerous chemical contents. So there are technology based apps also. Then there are some distinct teaching strategies. Okay, and finally I would like to conclude my talk with, in this 21st century, we are in has taught us that we have to aware of technology and its use in science education. Since we have been facing the COVID-19 pandemic, we have faced actually. So more attention is needed to tackle inequalities in science education. Considerable attention should be more given to the use of technology to provided learning and teaching science continuity. Students should have free and open access science educational resources for their learning and science processes. All students must access to science education's instruments during learning science. And in this age, it cannot be claimed that science education basically depends on technology, but it is necessary that science education should be benefited from technology and its resources. So for having a global success in science education in 21st century, research and international engagements are necessary. So with this, I stop here. And once again, I would like to thank Research Foundation India, all the dignitaries who are present over here, who constantly listening to my talk. And once again, Dr. Ajay Jain for inviting me here. And thank you so much for your support and patiently listening to this, I can say, very exhaustive talk. Thank you so much, everyone.
Mr. Gopal Nayak for introducing of the honorable guest, Dr. Deepak Agrawal, sir. Sir, please come on.
Good afternoon, guests and dear committee and students. I am introduction and Dr. Agrawal, Deepak Agrawal, sir. He is senior care as assistant management manager in a public limited company, where finance limited service 7 years in the field of corporate finance. And since the past 2 decades, surviving in the field of education, along with a PhD in management, finance, along with master in commerce and in management. Research total 41 papers published, for paper international journal and 2025 paper UGC approval, national and international conference association considered to the various institute and administration position of present work of the director and assist institute of business management in Indo. Training the MPT and FPT workshop, conference and webinar in the area of finance, research development and project financing. Giving a question from award by Mayor of Indo, Krishnakan Morgan, facility of SPLT.
Thank you so much. I do understand that this your instrument is right. So most of the work is introduced here by my previous speakers. So as you know, with the last person, most of the things are already being covered. Ultimately, about the setting out of the things were covered by it is reduced by 50%. So this is the good thing. Yeah, I can click on it early as possible, so you can have time available for your learning. Anyhow, just already discussed upon set trends. The same thing I would like to just consider upon. We know that present education system is much more related with educating and along with that to build the profession. But when we talk about the world, it is changing rapidly, particularly in terms of knowledge landscape. We have seen the various dramatic scientific technology advances such as big data, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and there is a fear factor. All the things are going to take up the job of unskilled. Okay, so हमारे लिए होगा ये भी मिलता है कि unskilled का job चाहिए, provide more opportunity for the skilled professional. Considering the stats and figures, the jobs which would be relevant related to the topics or the subject area, that is the mathematics, computer science, data science, in conjunction with multidisciplinary abilities out of the sciences, social sciences, humanities. देखा से आप इसी एरिया को बिलोंग कर रहे हैं. With the growing demand, India moves toward becoming a developed country as being the third largest economy in the world. The growing emergence requires collaborative research in multidisciplinary area. You know, there are currently in industry 4.0. After Suman 4.0 के आपका industry 4.0 ये आपको समझ सकते हैं. And now we are presently moving to the industry 5.0. Industry 5.0 है क्या? It is a collaborative work of human beings along with the use of machine learning, and they both are going to work together. एक क्लियर फैक्टर है, हम दोनों में कैसे ये चलाएगा, रोबोट काम करेंगे, मशीन काम करेंगी, तो हमारे आगे कुछ करने के लिए नहीं रहेगा. But defining the collaborative interactions between human and the machine, the key areas we need to develop. Right? अपने आप को approach को develop करना पड़ेगा. Being a student, being a fraternity, we must learn. And those key areas are documented reality of AI. Artificial intelligence is already a basic काम कर रहा है. Voice search, हम गूगल को बोलते हैं, वो हमारे लिए सर्च करके देता है. Big data, data analysis, chatbots, e-commerce, etc. हमने कहीं ना कभी कुछ ना कुछ Amazon, Flipkart में खरीदा ही होगा. पूरे e-commerce एक्टिविटी है. ये एरिया से जहाँ हमारे लिए बहुत सारी बिजनेस और जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज जनरेट होती है. To meet the global challenges and to overcome, there is a great need of the new education system. And considering this fact, the government of India has introduced the new education policy 2020 in the IDP 2020. with the words of the Honorable Education Minister of India, Sri Dharmendra Pradhan, it is a responsibility to create Vishwamana, that means human world, committed towards the global welfare, aligning them towards the efforts of Vasudev to become that means the world is family. I feel proud to announce that the state of Madhya Pradesh is the pioneer state in India who has implemented this new NEP 2020. It is necessary in order to overcome those challenges. It is necessary to have to organize seminars, symposiums, conferences, and workshops to develop our new understanding. The gap between the current state of learning outcome and what is required to reach to the interactive platform. A multidisciplinary conference like this provides you a platform for brainstorming by individuals, getting new ideas, enable learners to be ethical, rational for the sustainable development by 2030. ये हमारी ह्यूमन एजुकेशन पॉलिसी का भी विषय है. I welcome all the dignitaries, regard to all the experts, speakers, guests, and participants, and congratulate the team members of the Deva Project College on this providing this opportunity to interact with each other. And the things that has already told, this is the first ever conference after post COVID era where we are expecting spending. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to call Rajesh Sokhi, sir, for introduction of Dr. Ankita Jain, ma'am. Ankita Jain, ma'am, motivational speaker and acting state secretary, Research Foundation of India.
सभी को इतना मैडम रिसर्च फाउंडेशन ऑफ इंडिया की उनकी स्टेट और आईएफआई की सारी गतिविधियों में मैडम एक्टिवली पार्टिसिपेट करती हैं. मैडम एमबीए के साथ मैनेजमेंट पीएचडी है और अनेक मोटिवेशनल लेक्चर को ऑर्गेनाइज करती हैं, उनमें पार्टिसिपेट करती हैं. आज हमारे समक्ष मैडम मोटिवेशनल लेक्चर के लिए प्रस्तुत है. मैडम को मैं मंच पे आमंत्रित करता हूँ. धन्यवाद.
I think, am I audible to you all? Students, am I audible? I can't hear you. Breakfast is somebody. Okay, fine. So once again, a very good afternoon for everyone. First of all, it's a very great pleasure and a privilege to be here this afternoon. Now, I have seen so many expert lectures here. आपको थोड़ा सा मुझे लग रहा है कि आप घूम लगने लग गए हैं. So I will just take 10 minutes of you, and I think today this is my last lecture. So मैं आप लोगों को बिल्कुल भी परेशान नहीं करूँगी. Some few words about you, students, and कुछ यहाँ पे टीचर फैकल्टी की है, एक्सपीरियंस फैकल्टी है, कुछ चीजें मैं आप लोगों से कहना चाहूँगी. I have completed 35 years in the teaching industry as a teacher. But teacher का काम सिर्फ एक टीचिंग करना नहीं होता. ये चीजें कई बार आप लोग भी फील करते होंगे. We are more than that, right? Sometimes we have to behave like a parent, sometimes as a teacher, sometimes as a mentor, and sometimes like a friend. Yes, and students also feel like this. हमें कभी-कभी हमारे टीचर में शायद दोस्त कैसा फील होने लग जाता है. किसी टीचर से हम बहुत अच्छा कनेक्ट हो जाते हैं, राइट? और सुनते चलो अब अच्छा काम करेगा. ठीक है. अब मैं बिना टाइम लिए करने का मैं कुछ तीन है टीचर्स के बोलूंगी, इससे ज्यादा नहीं. आप लोग को एक्सपीरियंस है. नंबर 1, तो मैं आपको फोकस करना चाहूंगी अबाउट द रिसर्च. आप सबने सुना रिसर्च recent trends बहुत सारे. So recent trends you all know and already told by a number of experts. So research is what we वापस से टच कर रही ऐसा नहीं है हम लोग साइंटिस्ट तो नहीं है हम कुछ नया बना रहे हैं पर यस हम उसको सर्च कर सकते हैं हम सबको ऐसा लगता है कि हम वेरी स्मार्ट है स्मार्ट हो आर वी स्मार्ट कुछ लोगों को लगता है ऐसा कभी नहीं लगता मेरे घर को ठीक है Because environment, it is war with the moment, हम सब बहुत टाइम फ्रेंडली हो गए आप जब से पैदा हो गए आपकी जनरेशन के पास मोबाइल फोन है आपके अगर पेरेंट्स की बात करें तो उनके पास बहुत बार फोन आए तो ठीक है एज यू हैव ऑल द रिसोर्सेज विद यू क्या आपको लगता है आपको रिसोर्सेज का सही इस्तेमाल करते हैं डू यू थिंक आई एम नॉट सेइंग डोंट वॉच दैट आई एम नॉट सेइंग डोंट chat. I'm not saying don't post, don't make stories, don't make things. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying, don't let smartphone make you do. आपको भी smarter बनना है. So पहले मैं टीचर से शुरू करूँगी. So I request all the faculty members here. I have a request from all of you. What I have learned in my teaching. Number one, आप लोग जिस जगह पर हैं बिना ये सोचे को हम बहुत छोटी जगह पर हैं यहाँ रिसोर्सेज नहीं तो मैंने यहाँ देखा मैंने नाम को बोला हम लोगों ने आपस में डिस्कस किया that you have a very good campus इंदौर में भी कई जगहों पे कैंपस है बट आप लोग यहाँ पे इस जगह पे भी आप टीचिंग करके आ रहे थे कि आपके स्टूडेंट्स के लिए बहुत बड़ा एक बहुत अच्छी चीज है और आपको यहाँ पर भी अच्छे स्टूडेंट्स मिल रहे हैं बहुत बेहतरीन लिस्टिंग ऑल ऑफ इस लॉ तो आपको भी सुनते होंगे तो आपने आईटी टीचर के लिए इसके साथ उनको हमेशा गाइड करना है तो नंबर 1 आप लोग कोलैबोरेटिव रिसर्च कीजिए अपने लिए और अपने लिए की थोड़ा सा एलिब्रेट करना चाहूंगी आप खुद रिसर्च करें आपस में अभी ग्रुप्स बनाएं फ्रेंड फैकल्टी ग्रुप बनाएं रिसर्च करें एक्चुअली आर्टिकल्स रीड करें एंड राइट करें For that, RFI is also organizing number of conferences at college which you will first year. But yes, one more thing I want to add is this: आप students के साथ लाइव प्रोजेक्ट है। अब लाइव ऑर्गेनाइजिंग क्या है? डिफरेंट डायरेक्टली करेक्टेड है। आप सब बहुत तरीके से करते हैं। अभी एग्जाम में यहाँ पर एक टॉपिक डिस्कस किया ऑनलाइन लर्निंग को लेकर शायद आप लोग ठीक देख नहीं पाए कोई बात नहीं बट आप सब समझते हैं फॉर एग्जांपल छोटा सा एग्जांपल है आप सब ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म वेब सीरीज देखते हो नेटफ्लिक्स अमेज़न ये सब समझते हैं राइट ये सब क्यों पॉपुलर हो गए अभी सोचा पता तो होगा क्यों पॉपुलर हो गए कुछ ना कुछ तो है कि हम थिएटर में आके नहीं करते हैं घर बैठ के काम करना पड़ता है इसको एक बहुत अच्छी स्टडी बनाना है मैं पूरा ऑलरेडी कर चुकी हूँ बट पोस्ट कोविड बिफोर कोविड ऐसे कुछ टॉपिक रीसेंट टॉपिक्स को हम ले सकते हैं ये सिर्फ इसलिए ताकि स्टूडेंट का इंटरेस्ट बन सके तो आप लोग ऐसे कुछ टॉपिक ग्रुप ऑफ स्टूडेंट लगाइए 5 से का मूड लगाइए आप उन सब को इंटरेस्ट कीजिए उन सबका जितना इंटरेस्ट हो उस चीज को ऐसे लाइव प्रोजेक्ट लॉन्च लाइव प्रोजेक्ट का काइंड ऑफ रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट होगी रिसर्च पेपर ऐसा ही होता है उनके साथ आप उस चीज को चाहे तो कहीं भी पब्लिश भी कर सकते हैं स्टूडेंट का प्रेजेंटेशन होगा आपका भी प्रेजेंटेशन होगा और आप लोगों का एपीआई भी अच्छा बनेगा इसमें इसके बारे में शायद आपको बाद में कर दो आप एलाबोरेट करेंगे इसमें बहुत ज्यादा लेकर नहीं जाऊंगी तो नंबर 1 मान कोलैबोरेट है नंबर 2 पब्लिश फर्स्ट रीड राइट एंड पब्लिश द पेपर आपने कोलैबोरेट कीजिए स्टूडेंट्स के साथ कीजिए एंड नंबर 3 करंट इश्यूज को फोकस कीजिए बिकॉज़ नाउ इज द थिंग्स व्हिच आर कैची अट्रैक्टिव सबको पसंद है राइट तो ये आप लोगों के लिए सिखाई था लेकिन आप लोग काफी अच्छी टीचर हैं तो मैं ज्यादा नहीं कहूंगी नाउ बिकॉज़ अभी तक हम लोग बड़ों को ये बात करते हैं हम बच्चों के लिए बात करना चाहूंगी सब पॉइंट वेरी क्यू पॉइंट है ना नंबर 1 अगेन आई हैव ट्राइड टू मान लो कि कोलैबोरेट कीजिए व्हाट टू डू व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज कोलैबोरेशन क्योंकि काम करना एक से आना है ना आप लोग अपने फ्रेंड्स का ग्रुप बनाइए अभी कोई कुछ एक एक्टिविटी बताइए कि आज ये करना है क्या सब होगा एक दिन सब न्यूज़पेपर की हेडिंग पढ़कर एक दिन नहीं करना है एक ग्रुप है और एक दूसरों को अपॉर्चुनिटीज शुरू में बाहर इंटर्नशिप के लिए जॉब्स के लिए बताइए ठीक है तो ग्रुप्स में काम करना शुरू कीजिए एक दूसरे के मिलकर अकेला इंसान कुछ नहीं कर सकता हम सब मिलकर ही सब कुछ करते हैं ठीक है आज आपका जो कॉन्फ्रेंस के कार्यक्रम में लिखा है और फैकल्टी आप सबके इन्वॉल्व है तो ग्रुप टीम वर्क कोलैबोरेशन ऑलवेज मैटर नंबर 1 नंबर 2 फोकस ऑन योरसेल्फ अगर जॉब नहीं होगा कितना भी बचपन का सलाह दोस्त कहते हैं ना, 10 साल चट्टी बट्टी उसको कहते हैं, वो भी भाग जाएगा क्योंकि वो तो जॉब कर रहा है, आपके पास कुछ भी नहीं होगा तो क्या होगा, nobody will ask you. Always make your own impression, focus on yourself and your improvement. ठीक है, इसी समझ लो कितना भी अच्छा दोस्त है, लेकिन जॉब नहीं हुई तो कोई दोस्त नहीं होता, कोई अपना नहीं होता. ठीक है. Number 3, nothing can stop you, no one can stop you. Don't compare yourself with anyone, not in the class, not in the home. और आपके पेरेंट्स आपको देखो उनका बेटा ऐसा कर रहा है, भैया ने ये कर लिया, ये तो आपको ना भी पेरेंट्स स्टार्ट. ठीक है, तो यू कैन टेक योरसेल्फ. नंबर 4, कोविड ने हमको ये सिखाया है कुछ नहीं रोक सकता, कुछ नया आपको दिया करो. आपने देखा ऑनलाइन जो हमेशा ऑफलाइन होती थी, आज ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन हो रही है. आज सब लोग घर बैठे पढ़ भी सकते हैं और टीचर्स पढ़ा भी सकते हैं. तो nothing is possible in this world now. We have seen that, है ना? तो ये सब आप करेंगे. नेक्स्ट, ये लास्ट लाइन तो मैं आपको बोलना चाहती हूँ. मैं भी बहुत छोटी जगह से निकल कर कहीं पहुंची हूँ. मैं आप लोगों से एक चीज भी कहूँगा, आपको सोना या नीला डायमंड सबको बहुत पसंद है गर्ल्स, राइट? आपको चाहिए डायमंड सिर्फ फिगर्स, यस और नो? यस. तो सोना और डायमंड कहाँ मिलता है? कहाँ मिलता है? माइंड में, खजानों में. तो हम कोई बहुत छोटी जगह पर नहीं है, तो आप सब भी एक डायमंड की तरह बाहर आ सकते हैं. एज मैन ऑफ बॉडी दैट आफ्टर बहुत सारे ऑलरेडी यू हैव बिकम, यू हैव टेकन सम मैरिज की यूनिवर्सिटी. तो आई एम रियली हैप्पी टू नो दैट सोना खराब में ही निकलता है, कहीं बाजार में नहीं मिलता. ठीक है, तो आप सब कुछ ना कुछ करके दिखाएं. आई विश फॉर यू एंड सब लोग बहुत मेहनत करें. आप टीचर्स आपके लिए आप उनको जितना यूटिलाइज कर सकते हैं. एक वर्ड होता है एमबीए में आप लोग करने जा रहे हैं, ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन ऑफ रिसोर्स. ऑप्टिमम का मतलब है घर में छोटे से एग्जांपल है. ऑप्टिमम का मतलब होता है जितना ज्यादा हो सके. ठीक है, तो घर में क्या होता है, पेडोगॉजी का कंटिन्यू होता है आपके घरों में ना. पहले हम बेडशीट बिछाते हैं, तो बेडशीट थोड़ी खराब हो जाती है, पर्दे डाल देते हैं. पर्दे खराब हो तो टेबल कवर कर दो, और टेबल कवर से वो करते जाते हैं, डस्टिंग का क्लोज बन जाता है, पोछा बन जाता है, और जब तक वो साफ नहीं करती है सेफ्टी के लिए. समझ गए? तो हर टीचर को भी ऐसे नहीं है, उनको जितना आता है सब सीखें. और आपके पास कितने साल हो गए? 2 साल. एमबीए के या ग्रेजुएशन के 3 साल. तो जितना ज्यादा आपके पास अवेलेबल रिसोर्सेज है उनको यूटिलाइज कीजिए. No matter where are you, what are you doing? You have smartphones that are you have teachers, you have college, you have teaching, everything you have, right? ठीक है, तो कुछ चीजें अपने लिए सिर्फ अपने लिए. Be selfish and work on yourself. जिस दिन कुछ बन जाओगे दुनिया आगे पीछे होगी. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Vote of thanks. I would like to call Dr. Ranveer Patel sir for a beautiful vote of thanks. Sir, please come on stage.
Thank you, madam. बड़े ही लंबे लंबे सब इसी दोनों साइड बाजार कर रहे हैं. धन्यवाद देने के लिए आप मेरे को कहा. तो सबसे पहले मैं हमारे इंटरनेशनल लंबो जिन्होंने कोग्निटिव न्यूरोसाइंस पर चर्चा कर सभी को लाभान्वित किया. उसके बाद डॉक्टर टी.सी. जिन्होंने सोशियो साइकोलॉजिकल थ्योरी के ऊपर अपना मामले सबके साथ शेयर किया. उसके बाद हमारे मैडम नारिनो रिको मैडम जो अध्यक्ष आए हैं, उन्होंने इकोनॉमिक नॉलेज के ऊपर सभी से शेयर किया कि इस इकोनॉमिक नॉलेज में कौन सा कंट्री ग्रोथ कर रहा है. इसके लिए मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ. साथ ही साथ हमारे
श्री डॉक्टर प्रदीप जैन साहब से यूनिवर्सिटी से जिन्होंने अपना नॉलेज शेयर किया के साथ, डॉक्टर मौसमी दत्ता मैडम जिन्होंने ऑनलाइन टीचिंग जो कोविड 19 के बाद रिजल्ट आया कि ऑनलाइन से पढ़ा, इस बच्चे ने गेम क्या नहीं किया, क्या हुआ है, उसके ऊपर नॉलेज शेयर किया। उसके बाद डॉक्टर प्रदीप रंजन जी और डॉक्टर दीपक अग्रवाल जी जिन्होंने न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी के ऊपर अपना नॉलेज शेयर किया, किस प्रकार से न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी शेयर करने से तरक्की होती है। साथ ही साथ डॉक्टर पंकजा जैन मैडम जो आए हैं, आपको मुस्कुराता हुआ चेहरा देते हैं। इन सभी इंटरनेशनल विजिटर का मेरा मेरी तरफ से पूरे विद्यालय परिवार की तरफ से तहे से धन्यवाद। साथ ही साथ पूरी हमारी मैनेजमेंट टीम, हमारे डायरेक्टर मैडम, प्रिंसिपल साहब, पूरी RFI की टीम, डॉक्टर अशोक कुमार जी, डॉक्टर अजय जैसा, इन सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जिन्होंने गेट टुगेदर इतना बढ़िया सेटअप लगाया कि सभी को, पूरे डिमांड सेंटर को, पूरे फैकल्टी को और सभी एक्सपर्ट अपना नॉलेज बहुत अच्छे तरीके से एक दूसरे के साथ शेयर कर पा रहे हैं। इसके लिए बहुत बहुत पूरे टीम को धन्यवाद, RFI टीम को। साथ ही साथ ये सभी प्यारे बच्चे इतने शांति से बैठे हैं, इतने शांति से सुन रहे हैं, जो कि बहुत अच्छी बात है। सभी प्यारे बच्चों को महाविद्यालय परिवार की तरफ से धन्यवाद कि एक कॉन्सेप्ट तरीके से सबने सभी एक्सपर्ट को आपने सुना और देखा और एनालाइज किया कि किस प्रकार से इंटरनेशनल गेट को पहले कॉन्फ्रेंस या इंटरनेशनल कैसे समझा जाता है। हमको मेरे अंदाज से यही सीखा होगा आपने। इसलिए अंदर सभी टीम का, सभी देश का महाविद्यालय परिवार की तरफ से पूरा धन्यवाद करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Rakesh Sheikh sir. The session is not end here. I request Chairperson Dr. Narendra Patel sir, Hasan ma'am, all the faculty, guests to come on stage for a photo. I request all to please come on stage. एक नाम देखिए, आपसे रिलेटेड करके नाम स्विच पर है। After this photo, the photo section. Yes, like to. I request all the students. I request all the students to stay. आप लोग का भी फोटो सेक्शन है गेस्ट के साथ, तो प्लीज सेपरेट जाइए। प्लीज। All the faculty. Yogi sir, Naresh sir, Arav sir. I request guests. I request all the speakers and guests to sit Please keep your seat so that it will be easy to take pictures, please. Okay.
आगे आ जाए पीछे से नहीं लगेगा
बच्चे लोग आ जाओ फटाफट से कम बात
When sir?
Hello? My
Hello.
A warm good afternoon to all. I welcome again all the first technical session of the international conference. First of all, I would like to call and invite Ms. Disha P. Rao and Dr. Anand Jumble for the title A Theoretical Framework of Talent Management Practices in Real Estate Industry with reference to Nashik. Ms. Disha P. Rao. Okay, if Ms. Disha P. Rao is not here, I would like to call A. Saranya R. Vimal Vathini. Title is Effect of an Interventional Teaching Module on High School Students in Puducherry.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can I start the session? Share the screen. Hello, ma'am. Am I audible? Ma'am, am I audible?
Ma'am, you're not audible. You're not audible, ma'am.
Oh.
Vimla Vathini.
Yes,
you're not
ma'am.
audible, ma'am.
I'm present. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. ஷேர் பண்ண முடியல ஷேர் பண்ண முடியல ஷேர் பண்ண முடியலப்பா இல்ல இல்ல கூகுள் வரமாட்டேங்குது பண்ணுறா ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க
எனக்கு மட்டும் என்ன பண்றது
आ रही है
இது என்ன சாஃப்ட்வேர்
கூகுள் மீட்ப்பா
கூகுள் மீட் நான் எனக்கு அதெல்லாம் நான் எப்ப யூஸ் பண்ணது
मैम
मैम आपकी आवाज आ रही है
you can hear me
We can hear you, ma'am. You please come on.
I am not able to share the PPT, ma'am. I'm not able to share the PPT. Can I speak like that? Hello? Ma'am?
Yes, please, say here. Please let speak.
Okay. So, this is on the effect of an interventional teaching module on knowledge of hypertension among higher secondary school students in Puducherry. So, hypertension is a global threat and it's constantly on the rise. Hence, it is necessary to curb this alarming rise in incidence of this non-communicable disease. The best way is to educate the future generation on this disease. which will go a long way to curtail this disease. Thus, conducting a knowledge-based study will serve as an educational diagnosis for the society. So our aim of the study was to assess the level of knowledge of hypertension among higher secondary school students in Puducherry. To assess the effectiveness of planned teaching module on knowledge of hypertension among higher secondary school students in Puducherry. In this, a total of 253 female students from only female higher secondary school was participant of the study. It was conducted in 2014. A pretest was conducted by giving a questionnaire on hypertension to each student, and after they completed it, the questionnaire was collected. Immediately on the same day itself, a brief teaching module on hypertension was given to the students on the same day itself. After 4 days, post-test was conducted by administering the same questionnaire, and data was collected from the students. Data was analyzed by descriptive statistics. The results showed that nearly 71% of the students were in urban settlement, but 28% of the students were in the rural settlement, and nearly 78% of the students had a family history of hypertension, and remaining 21% did not have a family history of hypertension so far. And regarding the knowledge level assessment, the questionnaire consists of 15 questions on knowledge of the hypertension. The pre-test showed inadequate knowledge for about 57%, and after the intervention was done and the post-test assessment showed 11% inadequate knowledge. So it means there was a significant improvement in the knowledge of the students on educating them about the hypertension. So out of the 15 questions regarding knowledge on hypertension, there was an improvement from 57 to 42 to 11%. And the students were in a higher secondary school and were well educated. Hence, this could have played a significant role in increasing the students' knowledge in this area. Also, the student knowledge and awareness of hypertension plays an important role to successfully control hypertension. Also, 71% of students were in urban setup, while the remaining students lived in rural areas, and 78% of students had family history of diabetes. So hypertension is strongly influenced by genetic predisposition, lifestyle practices, and environmental factors. Since most of them have a family history of hypertension, educating the school students at this stage may help to delay or prevent the development of hypertension at early stage in these participants. Hence, the study concludes that the planned interventional program improved the knowledge of the students on hypertension. These were the references. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. It's over, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
So
ma'am.
much. Now, I would like to call file cover Dr. Kamini Jain, Dr. Renu Verma for the title Underutilized Green Leafy Vegetables. Utilize the underutilized. File cover, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone.
You have to speak only 3 minutes. The session is only for 3 minutes for individuals. Okay, आपको 3 मिनट बोलना है. Not more than 3 minutes. Thank
Okay,
you.
ma'am. Ma'am, my screen is visible. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm here to present my paper, Underutilized Green Leafy Vegetables, Utilize the Underutilized. My name is a scholar, Home Science, Barkatullah University, Bhopal. Green leafy vegetables occupy an important place among the food crop as these provide adequate amount of many vitamins, minerals, and fiber for humans. They are rich source of beta-carotene, ascorbic acid, dietary fiber, and minerals like calcium, iron, and phosphorus. Low consumption of green leafy vegetables in diet is one of the major factors which lead to deficiency of vitamin A and iron. Green leafy vegetables are highly seasonal and are available in plenty at a particular season of the year. Abundant supply during the season results in spoilage of large quantities. Preservation of these green leafy vegetables can prevent huge wastage as well as making them available in the lean season. Dehydration is one of the methods of preservation of green leafy vegetables. In addition to increasing variety in the menu and reducing wastage, dehydrated vegetables are simple to use and have a longer shelf life than fresh vegetables. Dehydrated green leafy vegetables are equal to legumes in their protein content. Dehydration also makes them concentrated source of vitamins, minerals, and thus they become a very suitable natural participant. Underutilized green leafy vegetables. In nature, there are many underutilized greens of promising nutritive value which can nourish the ever-increasing human population. The underutilized greens are easily available in the vegetable market at no cost. These are not utilized by general mass, rather used for cattle feed due to lack of awareness about their nutritional value. There are many varieties of green leafy vegetables which are so rich in micronutrients but are usually discarded or not used for human consumption. Underutilized green leaves are considered to be one of the cheapest vegetables in the market and could be rightly described as a poor man vegetables. The underutilized vegetables greens are gaining importance as a means to increase the per capita availability of food, as it can be explored to improve the nutritional scenario of the country. Looking into the prevalence of high level of micronutrient malnutrition among the vulnerable section, utilization of underutilized foods can be explored to overcome nutritional disorders. Increasing the consumption of underutilized greens in our diet can be a food-based approach for treating micronutrient deficiency. Types of underutilized green leaves: cauliflower leaves, carrot leaves, radish leaves, beetroot leaves, turnip leaves, curry leaves, mint leaves, and drumstick leaves. Development of value-added products. Nowadays, the trend developed to use the natural ingredients in food for making them value-added food products. Development of food products based on these vegetables will increase the nutritional value of the regular diet as well as this can contribute to the food security among the people of the region at low cost. These greens can be utilized in a multiple ways by incorporating into existing products and formulation of health food using techniques of dehydration. Product using green leafy vegetable powder need to be developed and utilized to protect against anemia, vitamin deficiency, and even cancer. My conclusion of research is in India, where both the malnutrition and poverty are widespread in spite of availability of various types of nutritious and cheap green leafy vegetables, there is a need for the exploration of underutilized vegetables greens to overcome nutritional problems. The appropriate use of underutilized green leaves can be an effective effort towards achieving the nutritional security of masses at low cost. Thus, it is recommended that the various value-added food products from underutilized greens, if incorporated in regular dietary patterns, can be a healthy option for the general mass. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
For next presentation, I would like to call Ravikant Vitapalli.
Yeah, good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon. So please, you have 3 minutes.
Madam, please, how to share my screen here? Someone already presenting. Yeah, ma'am, hope I am audible and my voice is clear and my PPT is visible to you all, right? And myself, Ravikant Mitapalli, research scholar, Usmani University, Hyderabad, Telangana State. And my today topic is e-commerce in the post-COVID-19 era, a study on challenges and opportunities in India. And coming to e-commerce, otherwise popularly known as electronic commerce, okay, is the buying and selling of goods and services or transmitting of funds over an electronic network, primarily the internet, is called e-commerce. And in India, the internet has been introduced in the year 1995, and this opened doors for many business opportunities, including e-commerce too. And in the year 1999, K. Vaitishwaran, who is considered to be father of e-commerce in India, started first e-commerce site called fabmart.com. Later, it is rebranded as indiaplaza.com. And coming to e-commerce, the e-commerce business or electronic commerce business is divided into different models. Okay, they are business to business. Okay, coming to these models, okay, based on the delivery of product and service between the buyer and seller, the e-commerce models have been classified into several types, and among them, few and important are presented here. And if the product or service has been delivered by a businessman, a call a wholesaler, retailer, dealer to a customer, that is called a B2C business. And if a product or service has been delivered between two businessmen, that is called business to business. And the product or service, if it is delivered between the consumer and consumer, it is called consumer to consumer, for example, OLX. And if the product has been delivered between consumer to a business, that is called consumer to business. And if the product directly gets delivered to the customer directly from the manufacturer, that is called a direct to customer. And coming to my research objectives, this paper focuses on three objectives. Okay, to explore or to study the recent trends in Indian e-commerce market, and to explore opportunities and challenges faced by the e-commerce industry in India. So these are the three objectives of my paper. And coming to research methodology, my study is entirely based on the secondary data, and the data has been collected from various databases like research articles, various other internet sites, journals, etc. And coming to the recent trends in e-commerce, here in this particular graph, we can see in the year 2017, the market size of e-commerce in India is 39 billion US dollars. In 2020, it was 30 billion US dollars, and in the year 21, 84 billion dollars. And if we look at the last one, in the year 2030, the Indian e-commerce market will grow up to 350 billion dollars. So with this, it is very clear that in our India there is a huge scope for e-commerce market. And again, another trend that is users of internet in India. So in the year 2020, so the internet users are around 622 million, but by the end 2025, the number of internet users will increase up to 900 million. That is 90 crore people of Indian population, okay, will have access to internet by the year 2025. So this shows a lot of opportunities and tremendous scope for e-commerce market in India. Again, future of online retail in India. So here again we can see by the year 2025, the number of customers in the e-commerce, okay, expect billions. And coming on people services services and it is safe and secure. So even after issues in this is a very good opportunity and very good one to the people and lower search cost. So using internet, we can find our required goods and services, and we can also get them at lowest cost. And the e-commerce market is available 24/7 round the clock. This is another advantage, and critical mass of internet users. So as days are going on, the internet users are increasing. So this is another opportunity in the e-commerce market in India. And coming to the challenges, okay, here we have various challenges of a cyber security loss, and along with advantages of internet, okay, we have several disadvantages like phishing, spam, etc. Okay, in this way, we are losing our data, privacy, and money too. So we need more laws to protect online privacy and payments out. Okay, that is a first disadvantage. And quality website traffic. Okay, and especially in few situations, okay, the number of visitors to the particular e-commerce site may increase. Okay, that time it is quite difficult to handle all those customers. Okay, and that is another problem. And return and refund policies. Okay, this is another challenge in e-commerce. And if it is online payment, okay, then in case of return of product or service, the amount will get credited back to a particular account. But if it is in case of cash payment, okay, COD, cash and delivery, so in those situations, it is somewhat difficult to return and get the money back. And supply chain challenges. Okay, transportation to all rural areas is another challenge as of now in India. So our India is a fifth biggest country in terms of geography, and still we do not have proper transportation facilities to all corners of the villages and country. And touch and feel factors and payment gateway. Okay, these are other challenges of e-commerce market in India. And coming to the conclusion, so despite of these challenges, okay, in our India, there is a huge scope for e-commerce as the people are changing from 4G technology to 5G technology, and number of internet users are increasing day after day. And this provides a huge scope for e-commerce market in India and globe as well. Okay, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, madam. The presentation has been completed.
Thank you so much, Ravikant sir.
Thank you, madam.
Now, I would like to call Pooja Singh, the next participant, Pooja Singh, Dr. Indu Shukla. The title is Role of E-Learning During COVID-19 Pandemic in Higher Education Institutions with reference to its perceived service quality and student satisfaction. Pooja Singh, start presenting, please. Pooja Singh, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, I'm not able to share my screen. Can I continue with my presentation? Because of internet connectivity.
Okay, no issues.
Yes.
Please available the network. I will call you afterwards. The next one is Kamlesh.
Ma'am, can I present it without sharing screen?
You have to show your presentation also.
Ma'am, can I mail my presentation?
Yeah, you can if it is possible.
Yes, ma'am. I'm presenting now. Then after I will mail my presentation. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, please.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to present my topic on role of e-learning during COVID-19 pandemic in higher education institution with reference to its perceived service quality and student satisfaction. The widespread of COVID-19 disease in 2019 in various countries at the end of 2019 has affected the education sector in a great extent. The COVID-19 impact was found everywhere, which pressurized all the schools and institutions shut down all over the world, and it also forced to shift traditional classroom learning to e-learning platforms, which somewhere affects the education quality. Technology paves the way for education, which helps the student as well as teachers to connect virtually with the help of online classes, webinars, digital exams, and so on. This research tries to bridge the gap by adopting cervical scale, a well-validated and widely used service operation construct to the online classroom learning environment. This paper uses a questionnaire survey and Google form to collect response of 354 students. The findings show how cervical scale exhibits both reliability and convergent and divergent validity. 5 factors which I mainly focus on: reliability, assurance, transparency, student engagement, and website content. These are most important factors which I included in my presentation. Now coming to my objectives. My objective for the research is, to study the influence on perceived service quality of e-learning among students during COVID-19 pandemic. And the next objective is to identify the effect of e-service qualities dimensions on student satisfaction. And the methodology which I have adopted, a descriptive research design is adopted for this paper. Data and information has been collected through snowball and convenience sampling. The study was based on primary data. A well-developed questionnaire was distributed among the students who had been attending online classes to collect the response from the district of Western Uttar Pradesh. I chose 350 questionnaire which have been distributed. The questionnaire includes 2 sections. Now coming to conclusion. My conclusion for the study was, there's a limited amount of research on how to measure e-learning service quality during COVID-19 pandemic. The data has been collected by the students who are attending online classes in schools as well as education institutions. Through this study, it has been concluded that to improve e-learning service quality, the first step is to identify factors that are based on student expectation and perception. The study identifies the factors that are based on student expectations and perception. The study identifies 5 factors which are based on old construct given by Parashuram. However, to gain competitive advantage in competitive environment, you